I was not only mentioning our labor Joka people do from Babylon. I'm talking about anything that is here, including spirits of Germany or Britain. They should all be aware that we are here. We are asking permission from them that whatever we will do here, they should allow us to do it, because in the it's not limited to our land, but every land has spirits. And you may not know their names, you may not know what they do, but when you come, you need to ask permission from the spirit of the land where you are, so that they can give you permission to do whatever you want to do. You must acknowledge them and recognize their presence.
Thank you. Yes, I heard you call Abraxa?
Yes, yes. And we even saw that image yesterday, and the building. No, it's not there. It's on they make them in the ones that are drinking, and they're having a tail like a fish. And,
exactly. On the
right,
floor.
yes.
Amazing. Yeah. And Christopher, do you also want to introduce yourself, having now...
yes, now we have prayed already. So.
Prayed, yeah.
Okay, my name is Christopher Voncujovi. I am from Bokor in the Volta region of Ghana. And my grandfather, Brahini, was a traditional priest. But my father, Albert, was a Christian, and he was one of the first, one of the people who built the Bremen church in my village. They were what would they say, the foundation of the Bremen mission. So even in the 75th anniversary of the church, they listed all those who started in the anniversary book, and my father was one of the people, and he was a musician. He taught, he played the piano, or those days they call it organ. He played the organ in the church, and also was a choir master. But then he went on to do other things in his life before passing on in 1984. But then I was born a sick child, but somehow I changed my life. My destiny brought me this way. I studied Hinduism. I was also a Christian at one time, but then I left the church, Bremen Mission, EP, the Evangelical Presbyterian, which we call the Bremen. I was also baptized in the Bremen church, but as I grew up, I changed my way. I became a Hindu. I went all the way to India to become a Hindu monk, and I was posted to Thailand as the regional Hindu priest for one organization called Ananda Marga. It's a very common name. Ananda Marga. I think around 1987, 88 I left Ananda Marga finally. And then I went on to Japan. I am also a professional international illusionist. So I went on, I was contracted in Thailand to perform in Japan. So that's how I ended up in Japan. They started one called Revolution, R-E-V, capital V-O-D-U-T-I-O-N, Revolution. We are revolution, not the revolution. We are making voodoo to the world so that people can understand it, because we're trying to demystify the notion that our traditional spiritual they have started that project. Senna and Penny, they went to school. Then the school came to, as one of their summer projects, the school came to my children are now living. One of them has just completed his master's in Chinese and African medicine and economic. Also, so that's what it is.
My name is Celestine Maurina Kofi Voncujovi. I'm also from Afar, but I've lived in Accra my whole life. And I'm a 15-year-old Afar and Voodoo priest, still under training. My father, Christopher, is my first teacher, and I'm still learning. But I'm a student of Alpha Beta Christian College currently. Yeah, my whole life I've been to Christian schools. And I'm happy to be on this project because for the first time I'll be using my IFA skills to be doing something bigger than just African magic.
Wow, nice. May I ask how come that you got training as an Afar priest while you also attend a Christian college? That's a very unusual combination.
Yes. Okay, so in Ghana there are only Christian schools and Muslim schools, but there's no traditional African traditional spirituality school. So I have no option, but I'm fine going to Christian schools, even though sometimes there are discrimination, but I just have to attend. And I became an Afar priest at the age of 5.
How is that possible, so young?
Yeah, my father initiated me with other Bokors into Afar, and I've been studying African spirituality for 10 years now.
Wow. Great.
Voodoo arts, voodoo aesthetics, and the type of artworks that we use in our religious spaces in voodoo worship. And I did my PhD research in voodoo arts and philosophy, particularly within the Clipcore, Agbozoma, Afar area. And of course, Voncujovi is also my spiritual teacher. I consulted with him extensively, doing interviews and learning more about Ever culture and Ever spirituality. So he was a great resource for me. He actually came for my doctoral defense as well.
Oh.
Yes. So, and I've, like Voncujovi, I've also been on this journey since my high school days. I was also raised a Christian, a Catholic, coming from a very strong Christian background, but I just couldn't connect with Christianity, so I went to find my own answers. So that's how come I embarked on this journey, and it has been a very life-changing.
But they may have been old already. That might be something one may want to find out.
You know the date of entry to the museum.
Yeah.
Of course, they were older before they got here, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, who would like to go on?
My father gave me bright when I was unconscious. So many write my name as Bright Kojo Gagwa. I'm a teacher and researcher by profession. I work with the University of Ghana at the Department of Archaeology and Heritage Studies. I was head of department for 2 terms, and then I became the founding dean of University of Ghana's School of Arts. I'm an archaeologist and ethnographer, in North American terms, an anthropologist. I've done some work on religion and belonging among the Ewe people, which took me to several shrines of the indigenous religion. I also looked at some of the emerging African Christian missions, like the White Cross Society, Akofafanami, and so on. And I've written a couple of articles on the material expressions of religious identity. I also wear many hats. I teach art history in my department, and in addition to ethnographic and archaeological field methods and techniques. And then currently I chair Ghana's focal team on restitution and reparations. I'm also the technical chair of Ghana's Heritage Committee, which was set up by the Ghana Commission for UNESCO. I've at a point in time for about 10 years consulted for the British Museum on its projects in Ghana and Nigeria. What else do I have to say? I was the longest serving member of the University of Ghana's Governing Council in terms of administrative work, in addition to being the head of department and dean of arts. Yeah, so those are the things I love, what we refer to as public archaeology. And today I run projects that seek to understand and document public history as against official history. Official history is what the authorities package for us to consume. But public history is out there with the ordinary people, a cross-section of people in the streets. And that is what we don't find in the literature. So our focus is on data that will give us public history. And we use with all kinds of meaning and messages, which we have to decipher. In that regard, they are all archival. And even human beings can be archival, as they have stories that people have not heard. Today, this archive has spoken, and I've got a lot of information about his background. Another archive here, young as he is, has given me something which is highly knowledgeable and informative. So it's the kind of work I do.
Working more than knowledge in the colonial time and the projection, epistemology, epistema, deconstruction, racism, and decolonization. So that's what I'm doing now. Thank you.
And you wrote a very big PhD on the Divination. You speak German.
Yes,
I
I
speak
see.
German. I think that's, but you will also say something about your thesis.
I would say it.
Not just from the Divination, but so many things. So Silke has been there, I've been there a lot, Lili has been there, you have also went there. So to ask for microfiche films, it's huge, huge, huge. And then you can make scans, print scans of certain documents, which you then have to transcribe. It also contains handwritten text by other people in it, which also awaits transcription. And it's big, so there's a lot of material, so you could just spend half of your life on just this.
And for me it was very interesting because you get very close to, or I got very close to the man who was writing the text, Spies, more than 100 years ago, and you see what he was thinking, what he thought is important or not important. So, and I was reading it, and I had questions, but a lot of questions, there was no answer, because his thinking was completely different, because it's more than 100 years ago. And that's also very interesting, because it's the original handwriting original text of this man.
The person who was saying the things and writing about.
Yeah, and sometimes there are sentences and long writings about things. I was thinking, why is he writing down this more or less uninteresting things?
Studied in Bremen, and there were lots of people from Africa in Bremen, and also people from Togo. And in those days, I was quite ignorant in a way, also about German colonialism. We were very busy with trying to talk about fascism and Hitler and all that. You know, when I was born, the war had just ended 15 years ago. It always seemed to be a long time ago, but it was very close. So a lot of energy went into that, trying to find out and make it possible, force people also to speak about that period. Somehow colonialism was in the shadow of that. This is changing now. But I came to Bremen and there were so many people from Togo, and there was the music and the discos and whatever, and I got really, really excited in a way about Africa, West Africa. And so I went to Togo for a kind of volunteer project, building a school with other youth to Palime, and this was an organization called Astrobot. And we built a little school together with youngsters from Palime as well. And then the people went to church, and I said, what kind of, hey, Malika. You are welcome. Very good. Pleased to be here. Church. And only then I found out, I was from Bremen studying there, that there was something like a women mission, and I started to be interested and went to the archives and then got hooked. So started to read a lot about every people try to learn the language and all that, doing so many things around that. And then I also knew I did not want to become a teacher, but I wanted to study anthropology and then go deeper into the work of missions as one way of representing and misrepresenting, of course, to some extent, also even culture and religion. So this has always fascinated me. I went to Ghana later because I much preferred the political climate of Ghana. This was Rawlings' time, to Togo, which was Eyadema's time. I've been going to Ghana ever since. I wrote a book, my dissertation, called Translating the Devil, about the missionary work among the Ewe. And I did then a book on film in Ghana. The video film industry, unfortunately, said I was not yet at NAFTI, but I talked to many people at NAFTI, of course. Some of them still around, others no more. But then I thought I would be really interested to go back to even religion and culture, and to include in a way the museum as an important archive, which I had not much considered. So that took me here, as I said in the beginning. Yeah. So that may be very briefly. And now Malika is here, which is fantastic. And some of you saw Malika in Ghana. But
yes,
we are in the introduction now.
Okay, Afar.
We are. It's unthinkable for us to call it Enu. It's disrespecting to call Legba Nukeya Nuya. Do you understand? You don't dare call sacred artworks thing. You say Enuya, and no, it's unthinkable. I've never experienced that. You attach that.
I'm so happy that I met Silke. So and then Christopher and you, all of you. But it's more like, wow, these are coincidences, and we can work together. And yes, as partners, I would say, yeah.
And as you can see, we try to learn much. In many ways, I use this word. So, but I think now it's.
What would they say, and what was the purpose of collecting it? And of course, the museum is a place where they kept these items in order to exhibit them, either it's for commercial purpose, or it is just for curiosity, or to learn about
Okay. That's a harbor. Small harbor.
Right.
Wow. It's a big river. It's quite big. Wow. So is it we believe all these things are part of us. Because of them we are making a living, and you cannot ignore the river. You cannot even ignore the mountain. You cannot ignore the trees that give you shade and sacrifice themselves to make life. We build houses and all this. You cannot ignore them, thinking that they don't mean anything. It is all this that form God. There is no man sitting in the sky that we are going to meet. These are what is God, and these are what gives us life. Without them, we will not even know anything called Bible or any spirit. Because if you don't live, you cannot be praying to any spirit or God. So the respect of nature is very, very important in our tradition of spirituality or in Voodoo.
And you find this to be the case not only in Ghana or in Africa?
Everywhere. When the Egyptians wanted to settle in the first, before first century or something, they settled around the Nile River. And then that's why civilization started from that, because of the Nile. People farmed, the soil was fertile and all these things. So if the water, the river or the sea or the water did not play any part, people wouldn't survive to think of developing or moving forward.
So even here now in Germany where we are.
Yes. These people have settled around the river, and from maybe in the olden days maybe a small community, but then they started spreading as progress came and development came. They made these big beautiful cities because of the river was here. If the river wasn't here, they would have gone to a different river somewhere to be able to, because they need water to drink, they need water to cook your foods. And the river provided that.
And what would you think of the way this accumulation of wealth happened on
accumulation of wealth can happen anytime when one person is taking more than others, or when one person works harder than others and has got some idea or a technique that he can use, and people are interested in that technique, and he demand an exchange for that before he or she gives you the knowledge of.
But we can also see this rooted in the colonization. They gave
but the
power in
colonizers were people who were looking for more, and then they knew or they thought that there must be something somewhere than what they have, and they went for it. And when they went there, they have to find ways to deceive the locals. They have a harbor on top.
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. And this is, what is the name of this one? The name of the river? Elbe. Okay.
The graffiti, yeah?
Too much. Too many. Somebody wants to give a message, because I think it's mostly young people. You know, someone artist, graffiti artist. Oh, this river is big. Also, there's so many branches.
Ramification, yeah.
Daruma. It's a Japanese symbol there. It's Daruma. That God that has one eye. Actually, it means truth. They made it in a red form, painted one black eye, one is not having eye. It's called Daruma. I saw the sign there.
Is it the one that sometimes people express a wish?
Yes.
And when it happens, they draw them?
Yes. It's
The eye upon
when you turn it around, it will move, but it will not fall. Means truth doesn't really fall. You can shake it, you can move to different direction, but eventually it will stand.
And so when the wish
we
becomes...
make a wish, then you paint the second eye. Yeah, that's the one.
Very powerful.
Meine Damen und Herren, herzlich willkommen jetzt in Hamburg Hauptbahnhof. Vielen Dank noch für das MIC der Deutschen Bahn. Ladies and gentlemen, willkommen in Hamburg. Thanks for choosing Deutsche Bahn to take care. Der Ausstieg ist in Fahrtrichtung rechte Seite, exit on the right side.
War das auch so ein Zettel oder? Ja, das war auch so. Da muss man dann noch die Namen von allen hinten drauf schreiben.
This is the central station, very good.
Vidua.
What on the car?
Vidua. We are getting down here.
One more.
No, the next.
Next stop.
Wie kann ein Ticket verschwinden?
Ich hatte es mitgenommen. Weiß ich nicht. Shit happens. Gut.
In the 2000?
Yes.
Okay. And it's very, very beautiful. And you also have, here you also see it. It's quite nice. So there you have a very chic hotel, the Four Seasons, which is a good, very chic hotel. So, but now of course there are trees, but you can see it a bit. So there is the center, yeah. So you see, Hamburg is a very big city. It's a harbor city. Lots of.
Once it's a harbor city, a lot of people will settle.
Exactly.
That's what we're talking about. People.
Great.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
we are Hamburgers.
I'm a bugger. Bogali. Yes.
We are on it.
It's 6 minutes. It's just 6 minutes.
Okay. I thought we were going to ride bicycles.
No. Oh no, it's 12 minutes. Ja, 800 meters.
This way?
Wir können ja gucken, ob da noch some more time. If I just stay behind, it doesn't matter, just go. I know the way.
Okay. We'll meet you later.
Yeah. Ernst Cassirer. He was an important philosopher, and he also worked with a German art historian called Abi Warburg. Warburg was Jewish, and he already foresaw, in a way, the disasters of the upcoming extinction, and of Jews and anti-Semitism. He was in a mental asylum, and Cassirer went there to listen to his lecture, so that he could prove that he was sane. He was mad. Yeah, he was in a mental asylum. Really nice big houses. You see, it's a very common name. Yeah.
That kind of house.
The colonial houses.
Yeah.
The style is here.
Jamestown, yeah.
About photographing on the object demands.
Antonio, you should take me some picture. Yeah, we are here at the museum.
Hold on, let me bring my my speaker, and then we'll do the video.
This guy is nice. Same way. Red car is nice.
Young people's car. Museum in Hamburg.
Okay.
Yeah, we are here at the museum in Hamburg, and some of our African juju, joka, or bokor, and legba, and all these things are kept here for years, hundreds of years, century. And we are coming here. We just came back from Bremen, where we saw some of the joka. We prayed to them yesterday, and today we are in Hamburg. And we are coming to pray to the joka and the voodoos and the bokor and legbas that are also kept here for over a century. So we are just at the entrance to the museum. We'll be working here today to tell our ancestors and the spirits that they work with them that yes, they have been taken away for long, but they have not been forgotten.
So it's been a long time. They haven't been fed, no prayers to them.
Yeah, according to what the museums are saying, they have not been fed. They have not taken anything. That's why Professor Bridget have taken note of the Buddhist statues here, that there was a ritual done for them. That's why they are. So maybe as time goes on and with our negotiations, if we cannot take them back, then they should allow us to be praying to them. Because spirit can be anywhere and still work. So if they will not allow us to take them back immediately, at least we should be feeding them and taking care of them until we are able to have an understanding whereby they will be repatriated or whatever. It also depends on the spirit. We have to ask them. Just like human beings, some people who have been taken from their homeland to come to another country by force or by coercion, whatever, they don't want to come back to Africa. Some would want to go back to Africa, but majority say no, Africa no. So we don't know. We don't know the case of the spirits as of yet until we ask them. Yeah, but then we are here because of them. That's very interesting.
Make the map distance.
This is the Angot Chamba.
Germany was documented with pictures and everything in the status of 2008, and there I found that in the Riensberger graveyard you have the grave of Kashpi's at least in the year 2008, and I have the pictures of that.
Wow. Wow. Very good. Very, very good.
And so, I think he's buried there alongside his wife.
Yes.
And we could perhaps try to go there tomorrow when we close.
Yes,
at
sure.
5. I think we can go there by tram.
So we are not sure if this grave is still there because 2008 and 2022, we don't know, but there is a chance because this is a really old part of the graveyard and there are many old graves and maybe
We will try.
We know about the area where it should be, so we can try.
Good. That would be very helpful. Very, very helpful.
And the interesting thing is no one, at least I never thought, oh, where would the grave be? I don't think much about bones, I have to admit. And so Christopher said, where is he buried? I want to see the grave. So I find this very, very interesting.
Yeah, for us doing this ancestral and traditional spirituality, the people who have lived before us are very important because it is on their shoulders that we stand today. So for this reason, we need to pay homage and respect to their work. And that's why I wanted to see his grave.
Peter, you want to introduce yourself?
The other laborers, so whatever drink my labor is receiving, they should share with these ones that we are going to.
And I think we could again take the plant upstairs.
Upstairs, definitely. We will take it upstairs, definitely. The labor, I need to pour water on top of it. Since I cannot put on the ones in the museum, I will pour on my own.
And you will do that here?
Yes, because I don't want to go against the rules of the museum.
Genau, das ist das Problem.
akakunta si tore. Tonya chele ni me bag me okay. Umeduago zito mauga subulise mauga kitikata mauga se joto amejoto se nano amesete no mitoko o wana pepe mbia ndoko na bibi ubeto kwa bibi mbia no mwana bibi kusela yora kakase bugule busera tafia se nano amesete no ame se nyo amenyo ameglam se glam yora kakase Georgie ame Georgie yora kakakakakalo manto akuyoshe mehamfura se bifura shu yo praxis kutopete manto akunami natepe o meyo awuleba ajibosu baba na miji manto angoso ngo pla mikpla manto aku oklinko agbovu kakele ba jowo jire ba ko sando le ba bocho avu klareko anyara makazo ewude poto de abwadi so ila elu meyo ora ka azumelegele do akolo do agona mi apetite yo fa na go no fa gbo majeso opopesipegbe tomozo le me dak ba vidi me yo pali gbe meji eku meji woli meji ti meji lo so meji ngoli meji abla meji akla meji guda meji sa meji ka meji trupe meji tula meji le meji che meji fu meji pali chetula me yo kla bo vidi ko kwa to ba do bo me to ba de nyade e mo ko ne di godo egba chachi na ka yo ase ko ha ko me ase be nyatepe egbe mi gava mi be po Tony, oh, okay, come here. Oui, tonto. Conco ready. Bebe mi vare, mi be mi batu bana legba o. Matepe efimile mi matanko apre jachi akoire legba kwa po jachi ra ina o. Mele obo konu sibo. Akemia o lebe mia kotoji o. Na kona legba pete le efi voodoo pete le boile me be no se be mi vare kujio mi vare dojo mi vare nyaji aheji okujio akwera be vira basira be kaka be jije mango boyi nenu kekele mi asi mi alegba pole voodoo la pe me ne mi akple mi se be jachi fafanya ile lo gudu na konjachi me ne fa legba pete keke la pe me no konjachi gudu konjachi ne mi ko nam tutu mi atonam me do fi mi le nyakele mi asire mi agbele nami mi gbele nami le makwe koda mi ba eji pola o mu keke wa wo mo keke mi ato akpo be eje fi ato je gato mi abe va devina mi opeti devina keke ba devina me ibo duko de sia de ta mi ba leba awe je yo nyama va we bo nu ye di be we nya upload da wata o se se mago ba ko ba pola ko mulo kan nuna me allora ka ko ya love mi ora che ma qua de left me, but did that remember green one. This was the preparation we prepared before coming.
All through customs.
Yeah. For had it. Yo, if you know, Nagbo, American Ganami la capo. For doing me bread, I mean, $1 you. Ole yo, Jukboga, Kamale yo, Indunayo, Omelachinayo, Melahanayo. At the bo, chew the cat, Papa who chew the cat, any Bacoganami. Want to go to Yahonomia, never. You be born on me, I never vary. Medical me that Balo Balo. Me va me to Baranayo. Me va me Nami Lamessese. And we to the food and I made a few ole or the dewey. Oh, let me have for higher than a minute. Ya hot benami. Let me have 2 more noon, name of Kelumia to a bob. No, born and ya told me, yo, niente c'è ma qua io non come ne mi addi me na yu. Ma poi ya te peti ci oglo vere. Ah ma fuado. E già ci fa fai. Ah de kren konyo, mi akọ nya a ofu. E mi akọ anya mi abe ketora le mio. Mi ori. Fafa mia tolo. E jo me bi na le gana obedumo. Gala o dere batume fafa mia kweli talaba ano fi mia yava asia alo ni mikora asia eba ni mikora asia chi bangare fi mia no fi na mi va ko akaime o chi na maro to ire ma bia gbara ni micho doko wa mi bata. This one can be cleaned later. So we can clean it later. Harry. Get to quit it, come now. Maybe me do me tell me put it there for our cemetery. You are kind? We don't do a voice here. But you are kind when you are kind of market. Leba, but black kind, baby. If you know you knew, I feel somewhere. Let's go. Say yes. That's all right. We can go. That's good.
You know, I'm so amazed about the preparation that you brought everything you need.
Yes, because we know.
And different styles of dresses. Also, this is the
different
third one. Different one with cowries.
Yes.
So I find
with talismans in all here, like the Jewish ones that they used to do in the past. But this one has Arabic and Jewish and all African, everything mixed together.
I see. And why do you use this one today?
Because
I don't know what I am coming to meet. There may be some other spirits here who are not necessarily African. They may come from different places, so we are representing them all.
And may I ask one other question? So
Yes,
I think
please
you
go
have
ahead.
you prepared yourself and had so many ingredients.
Yes.
How did you put them on the plane? I think in hand luggage it's a problem.
No, some went. I took the mirror, Afar, and all this, and they came with hand luggage because I can't let them go in case they got missing. Then my whole industry will crash. But if those are with me, even if any other thing gets missing, I can still create them.
I see.
So those were in my hand luggage. And the drinks and the necessary things that we would do, we put them because they would not allow us. They may so drop it, and this one cannot go. So we put them in the normal luggage so that they can come, which we managed to bring them. Yeah.
And your leg bar is also.
My leg bar was in the big baggage. Yes.
And the big baggage, so it could travel.
Yeah, it could travel.
Yeah.
It could travel. Yes, because this is the leg bar we used for traveling. I have, at my gate, I have
you showed it to me before.
Yes, this is the traveling leg bar, and the same type that you have here was leg bars that people could move from one place to another.
Yeah.
So we are going to leave the leg bar here, and we will go in, and then we will continue from there.
Thank you.
Thank you too. Oh, it's a normal fabric.
Let's see what you did. There's a lot of things you
but
bring about it.
this is a Northern style of sewing. Northern garden.
We will go down one stair. I think Ohimi is still there, but Silke will also come, huh? Yeah, okay. So maybe few.
They say it again about the code.
Africa is never this cold, but they say it's Africa, so it's Africa. Cold Africa. I'm still getting this smell. This chicken gizzard smell.
You know what? This is farms.
Yeah.
There are farms with cows.
Okay, yeah, okay. Cow dung, saying. You know, Baba was saying something about cow dung. So if you mix cow dung with something and you cover it for 24 hours, when you come back, it becomes a snake. I still want to know what that is. I'll do it for my teachers. I'll place it under there. When they come to school, we'll put snake under their chair.
You can cross.
We can go on this end.
Yeah. Mawena is in African village.
Yeah, cold African village. Europe,
carry
Africa.
You have to carry the
European
jacket.
Africa. Zero.
What is it, Europe?
This one.
Now you say European?
Say European Africa. Because of the code. Because you can say, hey, is this Afeli? This looks like some Afeli of the town. Yeah, probably. So if you go to Bokor village, right, you have something like this. That's some part of this thing. And when they want to do rituals, they pray to you. I don't know if that's what this is supposed to be, or it's just a decoration. And what's
You
this?
put an egg on it sometimes.
Egg, I guess.
At bullet place, we put eggs.
Yeah. At bullet place. What's this? This stone circle. They come and practice. Okay, what herb is it? This herb looks this thing. Looks like a nube.
Mm-hmm.
There's a head for a nube. Looks like it. Oh, what is it? Maybe. I heard something like. So can you go into this thing like house or something?
I don't
Just
know.
make this thing
But the
become
water doesn't have a lock.
like that, so.
Did you see that?
Oh,
The water, no lock.
it's Africa.
If this was Africa, there would be
It's
lock.
Africa. This is Africa. Yes. So and they'll hold it to a plier. And
Is there water?
No, probably not.
Try. No.
Nah. So you have to get plier.
In the thing, yeah.
But they have a well there. Yeah, this is Africa. This is Africa.
Africa and Europe.
Hey, what's it? This is supposed to be some community leg bow or some duli or something like that. Yes. Let's enter Anglo. Welcome to Anglo.
Oh, Anglo. We're gonna eat some akple.
No, this is an insult. Why?
What's an insult?
I mean, like,
It's so small the door. How you get in there?
I know. See the mortar and the pistol. And they could make this place like a small shrine. Some serious shrine. Then they put the Voodoos, their names on there. This is Chokbata's room. And this is. Why is this one locked? Ha! No, this one doesn't look African. There's some this thing. Some shelf over there. Like a wardrobe.
Oh, maybe for kids.
Okay, this one is big.
Huh, this one is for the herbs.
Yeah. Pound the herbs.
Pum.
Go and do. Yes. Someone's life will change. Why no English? Why? Oh, they said where's the English?
There's no English.
They said that it's bull.
You need a phone.
I don't have internet to read for a phone. It's not anything.
Yeah, also got run out of data.
This one is a bigger one. This one is for pounding human being. This is a toilet. Probably toilet.
Interesting, I think. Wow.
Pee over here.
Pretty weird.
Right? It's kind of uncanny.
Strange. Really, just like the weather and knowing that there's all of this surrounding.
Africa is never this cold.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh. Okay.
Good. Gotta have the right key. Combination lock.
I think it's for grinding like pepper and those things. These for grinding.
Okay, let's have a seat.
Africa, yeah, I guess.
Let's sit in Africa.
Let's sit in Angola.
Yeah. This is the Kusasi from the north. Kusasi
This is from the north, eh?
Yeah, upper.
Yeah, probably.
Upper, yeah. It's Kusasi is mainly.
But
upper
are they not
east.
next shot like that?
No, but it's also not meant
it's not really the length of it.
Yeah.
But they had rooms like this also because you don't you bend down to go inside. You know, so it's not an issue of walking right into it. You know, they're there. But these, I think these are.
How do you call this in Twi?
It's
Malta
and pistol in English, but it is Woma. Any
we say mata in Suriname as well. Mata. Matatiki.
But mata, I think mata comes from English, mortar, and pestle. Yeah.
Okay, that might be.
Yeah, and pestle.
In our
from
is
the
eto and tati.
Eto and tati. The fanti it is Juma, Wodru na Woma. Yeah, Woma is this one.
The pestle.
And then Wodru.
Yeah. Mortar.
And how do you call what you make? We call it tontong.
Oh.
Tontong.
The wood.
No. When you have
the
banana and the cassava.
Fufu. Fufu.
What time and break in Africa?
In Sudan they call it tontong.
Tontong, okay.
Tontong, yes.
Okay. Nice. I want to go and look at
tontong is another word for your brains as well.
I see.
Let's eat.
So this is north.
This is north, me. I was thinking
maybe like Niger.
Don't travel, it's not good.
Next time I travel north.
Yeah. Papa said next time we'll go.
Can you make a picture for me?
Yeah, sure.
Anyway, there's here.
Cold Africa.
Yes, dankjewel. Thank you. Gratani.
This is Africa without heat.
This is wrestling.
Okay.
And then there are, I recognize.
Look at that, there's more. Let's go to that one.
So like masks made by Hindi people from Southern Europe.
Very interesting.
You're happy?
It's called Africa.
You like it?
Let's go to the tall one.
Kitchen.
Which
one is that one?
Yes.
They don't allow themselves to be human.
That's the 12.
Big Zangbeto. This one. 10 people will be inside. But I wonder how they don't get this. Because they spin and they spin and they spin. People have time.
That's a little compound there.
Yeah, the kitchen, small kitchen. Say, Marina, go and fetch water and bring.
Charlie. Wow.
Is this still Africa?
I think so. Yeah.
This is really beautiful. From here. I'm going to come back here again another time.
What is that supposed to be? Like a well or?
Well, it looks like
bread oven.
It looks like an oven. That's what it looks like.
Maybe for pottery or for cooking.
Maybe for burning. Yeah.
How about oven? Huh? That's all. Hello. Hey, because at the Bubu Galafi. At the Regalafi. Benuke oven here. Go maybe.
I think they're closing here. Oh, you need to go.
Why?
This is the one we saw in the pictures. Do you want a picture here? No. Yeah.
It's European Africa.
Now that you show your
Africa without it.
Mm-hmm.
I think we are closing, eh?
Yeah, we should go.
I want to go home. I want to go and eat some cereal. See the food we ate yesterday. That Chinese food. I want to go and eat some.
You liked it?
I like the pan. Which are the fried rice. They added shito.
That's shito.
They added shito to the fried rice. Let's see the Chinese food.
We need to go back there. Yeah, you know, maybe there isn't allowed. And they put games.
They are Congolese. They don't use well. What is when they forget? They have balls.
No, it's not what. No, it can't be.
Ball must have the chance. So you pump it. You pump it, then the water comes.
Right. Yeah. That's the first time I went to Nzema area.
You can get some artificial sand in the pot.
We moeten er vandoor, vrees ik.
Go. Go. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye. This way, right?
Yeah.
Has been good.
Alô? Marina,
Wonderful.
I wanted to thank you for this amazing workshop. It has been amazing. So Benjamina and I thought that this was the best opportunity to share with you that in May 2023 we are organizing a graduate conference in Norwich entitled Missionary Collecting in Africa, a comparative analysis of Catholic and Protestant missions.
Hey, this is right up
collections, of course. So you are very welcome to submit your.
By train, if you go with Angel Antonio, he can pay for all your trips, and then also he will declare just everything.
And then there is.
Yeah, so I think it would be nice if we can split it into two
Maybe we
parts.
can do magic coin
So perhaps
later.
one part
With the
would
coin?
be on
Yeah.
what have we learned? So if you just
Why should these things, what are they doing here in Germany? Because we all knew that, as Birgit said from the beginning, the devil and God are competitors. They are trying to challenge each other. One wants to say it's more powerful than the other. And Christianity brought that to us to say that what we have is controlled by the devil, and what they brought is controlled by God. So it is the devil and God fight, and it is still going on in our country today. So I was wondering, why should these devilish things be here? or why should they be sent to by the missionaries? Because under normal circumstances, we heard, I have not seen with my eye apart from Sofochiri Abosom, who is on TV burning shrines, but then most of them, from my look, are all in the Akan area, and we realize that the Voodoos there, probably they are very weak. They don't, maybe even they are not Voodoos, but they make them for a long time. So he's been burning, but we also kept wondering why he never entered into Volta region to go and burn anything in the Volta region. So when I realized that some of these things are kept here, why were they not burnt? And all this, it was, this is not until we came here and physically those things that we saw in some of the pictures and everything were really physically there. And then, of course, we being practitioners, when we see anything, we will have to interact with the energy of the product to be able to know what exactly it comprises and what kind of work does it do. And we, by doing through Kofi sitting on the mat, I guided him, and slowly we were able to know that these things were not dead. They are still alive. They show life. And of course, yesterday we went to the Catholic style museum, and Paul and his assistant Nina were very, 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 very happy, because when we asked the Voodoos, they asked us to look around and see which ones are Voodoo. So we went and pointed the ones that I could see that they still have, they were Voodoos and they are still Voodoo. So they brought them all out again. And then Kofi suggested that instead of them asking them one by one, we should just touch all of them so they can speak with one voice, which they spoke. And then some of the things that the oracle pointed out was already happening to them at the museum. There was some confusion going on, and some of the items were not originally from there. They were just kind of being loaned or being parked there. They are looking for a place to stay. So the Afar was talking about all those things, and they agreed that it was happening. And the confusion between the trustees, people who own, and all these things. So that was very, very good. And Paul and Nina decided to ask. We should ask them whether they want to stay or they want to go home. Initially, I didn't want, because in the Ubasi museum, we didn't ask because there's a whole lot of responsibility there if we should ask that question. And the majority of the responsibility also will fall on Zika. So that's why we couldn't ask, and I don't want to ask now. I think I said it because I know these things. Once you ask, you must do. So we didn't ask. But then in the Style Museum, they asked. And they said, we want to go home. Immediately they asked, they said, we want to go home. So they had it, and then they said, okay. But for now, would they want to stay until preparations are done? We asked them, they said, yes, they had been here already for this long, and they will just stay, but then they would want to go home. And Paul and his assistant said, okay, they will tell the museum owners that this is what had happened. And in all, I believe very strong that this project that Zika and Begit and everybody has get involved into is going to be a very bigger project in such a way that it's going to draw people from the diaspora, the African diaspora, whether Brazil, America, European, in order to open more eyes for our people that what our ancestors had and was labeled by the missionaries as evil or devilish was actually not so. It was a miscommunication. the missionaries couldn't tell exactly what they encountered, but because they were also on a mission, that's what it's a mission. They were on a mission to try to sell their God to us. So there was no way they could justify what they met. But then I think one missionaries have come to realize that no, these people were not stupid. They knew what they were doing, and they were in contact with the divine entity, which many people may call God, whatever. Yeah. So I just thank all of you for making this project we are in the beginning. I think this is the beginning of a very great thing to come. And I have another professor in one of the universities in Burlington in Vermont. He's also doing this here. We've been interacting, and when I was in Vermont, he also wanted me to come to Vermont, and this time Senna was able to meet him again, and he may be coming to Ghana in December for us to have some listen. But I would also would want later to introduce to Biggie and see where they can come in, because the university is a university to digitalize information, African traditional information. That's what they do, and that's the department Stephen Wemeyer heads, and we will find some people who can do. Maybe they will send people either to Bremen or whatever, so that they can sit down. Some of these things they will digitalize it, and they will come to Ghana and digitalize whatever we are our explanations, so that it can be in the archives for the children of tomorrow. And hopefully this unpacking of these Legba Joka things is going to bring some kind of closeness and also closure to some people's struggle with life. Thank you very much, everybody.
Coming into this project, I didn't come with any expectations because I didn't know how things would unfold. I had read the briefs sent to us by Bridget. We met in Ghana, and what caught my attention is I began looking at religion and belonging way back in 2009. That took me to several shrines. Some of the African Christian churches, went to interview them, and so on. And I haven't stopped. I've been going there and keeping some of the data in our digital inventory at the university, something that I created in 2008. So the first thing I noticed was that this is a project that is bringing us together in the sub-region in West Africa, just as the way the boundaries, artificial boundaries, have been drawn, the same way the people have been disconnected. We've been disconnected from our past, we've been disconnected from each other. So I've not been able to engage with colleagues from Togo, for example. And here we are, we have a team with colleagues from Togo, with even in Ghana. I haven't been interacting with Sela and Togwe very much. But here we are. We have a team that comprises Europeans and those of us from the sub-region from different geopolitical areas. That was the first impression. So that was where the networking thing started coming from. Then if we, the humans, are networking, how much more the objects or the items, artifacts, entities we are to deal with. Okay, that is one. Then in the museum setting, I've consulted for the British Museum in Ghana for some time, and I know the protocols, I know the ethics. And so getting into the Ubese Museum, in the first place, I was held back. Then I saw how Zilka was interacting with us. She wasn't there like a curator. Immediately it was like part of the team. She also wanted to learn more, just as we also wanted to learn. and the way we're moving up and down. Yesterday I told her that she's a very strong lady. She didn't quite get what I mean, but what I was trying to explain to her, very strong in the sense that she kept going and kept motivating all of us. Let's go to the storage. Let's go here. Let's do this. And very flexible. And then creating that enabling environment which moved us all into understanding, studying and understanding what we came there to do. And then at Hamburg too, we had an opportunity. That was where the second thing that attracted my attention came into being, comparative studies. Okay, short as the time is, we started comparing. We looked at what they have at Hamburg. Yesterday we had another opportunity going to Steyr, and then the Africa Museum. It opened up so many things. Although this work is not about restitution, I can't avoid thinking about restitution as chair of the Ghana Focal Team on restitution. I am very much aware that this is a scholarly exercise, academic exercise, and I'm very glad and proud about the way it has involved practitioners and then academics, because that is the way I research in Ghana. I have been researching in Ghana, and it's something that I have always urged my colleagues to do, that it is about time we got practitioners involved as part.
In Germany was documented with pictures and everything in the status of 2008, and there I found that in the Riensberger graveyard you have the grave of Kaspis, at least in the 2008, and I have the pictures of that.
Wow. Wow. Very good. Very, very good.
And so, I think he's buried there alongside his wife.
Yes.
And we could perhaps try to go there tomorrow when we close.
Yes,
at
sure.
5. I think we can go there by tram.
So we are not sure if this grave is still there, because 2008 and 2022, we don't know, but there is a chance, because this is a really old part of the graveyard, and there are many old graves, and maybe
We will try.
we know about the area where it should be, so we can try.
Good. That would be very helpful. Very, very helpful.
And the interesting thing is, no one, at least I never thought, oh, where would the grave be? I don't think much about bones, I have to admit. And so Christopher said, where is he buried? I want to see the grave. So I find this very interesting.
Yeah, for us doing this ancestral and traditional spirituality, the people who had lived before us are very important, because it is on their shoulders that we stand today. So for this reason, we need to pay homage and respect to their work. And that's why I wanted to see his grave.
Peter, you want to introduce yourself?
The other laborers there, so whatever drink my labor is receiving, they should share with these ones that we are going to.
And I think we could again take the plant upstairs.
Upstairs, definitely. We will take it upstairs, definitely. And then okay, good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, wherever you find yourself at this very moment. Thank you very much for joining the African Magic Temple Revolution Voodoo Education platform. This is our live session. We are transmitting from the African Magic Temple in Accra, and I am your host, Bokor Christopher Voncujovi. Thank you all for joining us. It's we are a little bit late, but I think if you bear with me, we are trying new things. We are trying new things here, so that's why. Lamin, yes. The listen is not coming again. What do you call it? For the what do you call it?
your greetings and the questions and answer. Thank you very much. Oh, Ago Mauga, Ago Mauga, Ago Mauga, Mauga, Sobolis, Amadu, Ago Mauga, Kitikata, Amadu, Ago Mauga, I say Joto, I'm a Joto. Say Nan, set the one, Oman of Heavy, Docon of Heavy. Oman of Heavy, maybe I'm Docon of Heavy, we're Docon of Heavy, maybe Oman of you will send you my own dog. Well, she may ham for us, she'll send me for us, she'll dog, Braxis, Braxis, my Osia, put dog with a tablet of Vimacuna. Oh, Vesaton, Kama Yamadog. My own man of the and you so Kakati Kazaboy, and the Mia family, doing a Honor Yoraka, when you're in Baman, you throw for playing Baman Dodical, and you might pull at the Go my your kind, which you were kind, or what kind, to what kind, trouble, what kind, and you are kind to feel, what kind, you are Tabaka, what kind. Very quite remember how you do a couple of under your future, as much as you may have been that hobab, a couple of Zango, may have lived your with your patajo maku. A Fokama volume of the Chima for Voodoo, Macberio, Kuku, for former Jogono, here with the Winyoto, I want you to. And quite a Peveni, Levin, Toba, your two of women, not the Perca Jopata, you have to Jovomba, your name, Jopata, Jopata. But from a bedamolo, I be fat by lady, Jopata, and I think, Ajolo, Jopata. Jopata ya tafe mayo masime board you to talk with it but it is bolu ajima o boju kuro doja upon comment valenti papa melo valo jona pef ago sapate mayo atigele mayo kuro bodu mayo raken keke ala fia dani on pete e mayo amagase segeja papa sesen se tawe gele akwa mayo brahini mayo bobochi mayo ngbe foli bo ko mo reke gomi ku chekuma koma ga tabonyo Tony Cospecu acquire a cosa of Kufon Cogita, Senya Mosi Pussy, Jam Cosa, Bracobra, Mamma, and Body, and Tobanya Cocufi, Tobanya Cubia Mensa, Mamma, and Doria appearing with Pecuno. A Kutuman Fanami Bobo, and I go in the Fanami, where your point is Celestina, what could be Katrina, could be a point of sense about your Ben Kutuman and Fanami. Let me not go in the Fanami, what church of your voice, still like when I cut the Mensa, Kutuman and Fanami. Mayo na tuji boko tuji tobo tuji mayo kini kini hasa poncha bara su bara kuna na mayo boko adafi so fa mu abu bi boko afacha wa joke akuto mena fana mi bubu re na bubu mena fana mayo hono le ba kpo hono le gbe yan ba to gbe ma se kuto mena fana mi yo to gbe na ni tretu le gita to gbe Abraham bi velu le chame yo to gbe fi atosi mon kabila benya si agotime akuto mena fana mi bubu re mayo Daniel Vie Bamare, the Agbaro, the Nigeria, you know, a Kutuman Fanam, Gubun, and Gubun and Fanam, Bugake, Miletome, and Nufiabe, back Benano Benunam, Asinan, Asimanam, Godo, but you are a camera, you are Siam, your preview, my yoga, in you, you could be a view, way to Tasik is basically being more petty, being view petty, Bapa. Boy, you made about you, and what they see, no, gave you, and Bapa. Mayo abochi sakraka be trap be adogo kotokoli don ko kuruma kwa bere tabano le chu franta mani fin kura bisin kra ko fito jabaku ko chato ko fito hen ko fi atra kable mayo mi pete agbera ji mayo mi lolo e mayo to be hanwa to be gba vodu to tura ho ma sa pasa gidi ku mi ko to ko shi mi ko to kere ku ahanani ya te fe mi o pa mi gbeli gbo plan gbo e me dakpe na mi o pete ke dagbera ji me dakpe le ya te fe on buga ke Sinedi don eba ma se se pra gbe di neba na mi fonu re na diga ko to go mi abe na de di fe na de po ife ko to go me yo afana go no afa go ma so pe to mo so le me da pa bi me yo kwali gbe meji eku meji woli meji di meji lo so meji woni meji abla meji akala meji guda meji sa meji ka meji trupe meji tula meji lete meji che meji fu meji kwali che tula me yo klebo vire ko me kwa to ba do bo ma to ba de nya de me ko ne di lo hanami ka da to ba mo pete me yo me ke bla me ke dare me ke bolo peri ka kara kama yo mesia yo le gbaji bosu zu me le ba ni me wo no ngbo nu yo ko ya se me na file ne family no yeah, we are ready to go, and we will start with greetings from Facebook, and we have our big sister Ifadara, which saying grand blessings, Papa and family. Thank you very much, big sister. That was about an hour ago. Thank you very much, and we have Julius Hobson Vespes raising his hand there. Thank you very much, Julius. Thank you very much. Then we have Agboloso McAfee. Blessings, great one. Thank you, Hero McAfee. Thank you very much. We have big sister Oluchi Osuoke in France saying, great day, Papa, with peace and love. Thank you very much, big sister. I'm very grateful. And how are you and the children? Thank you very much. We have a Kofi Adaye Ado saying, greetings, Papa Christopher, respect to the media team and love to all watching. I'm having a hard time receiving the live feed from where I am. What about you? We are all fine. Thank you very much, Kofi Adaye Ado. Thank you very much for the greetings, and I wish you well, and you and your family. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And then we have Bubune Tamaklo saying, good day, Papa, and the AMT team. May all be well with you. Thank you, Bubune, and may all be well with you too. Then we have Jean Rene Henderson saying, this is wonderful. Hello, Jenna. It's been a while. How are you? For a while now, I don't know where you are. Anyway, thank you very much for joining, Jenna. I'm very grateful. Then we have Kofi Adaye Ado. It's a Kate Ado too. Thank you very much. It's giving some message to Kate Ado. Thank you. Then we have a Oluchi Osuoke, big sister Oluchi Osuoke. Say, Ise. Thank you very much, big sister Oluchi. We are very grateful. And then Kofi Adaye Ado say greetings, Ifadara. Okay, so Ifadara, you have greetings from Kofi Adaye Ado. Thank you very much. Yeah. And then we go on to YouTube. On YouTube, we have we have Thomas Jigbezan Seoka, greetings and good day, Papa. Bokor Enuledo. Bokor Enuledo na Thomas Jigbezan America Medena Nudo. And I hope you are doing well. Yes, I am. I'm doing fine. Then we have SB saying greetings, Bokor, Christopher AMT team, great job. May the ancestors take you to greater heights. Thank you very much, SB. I'm very grateful. Then we have Green Media saying greetings, Togbi, Voncujovi, Afar, Selah here. Okay, Dr. J, thank you very much for joining, Afar Selah. Thank you. Then we have Godbody, Tufo, Bonsoir. Is it Chufo? Chufo. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Good body, Chufo, Bonsoir. Okay. Thank you very much, Chufo, Bonsoir. Chufo, good. It's a good boy, Chufo. You say Bonsoir. Okay. Bonsoir. Ça va? And then we have Benny Muswane saying, good day, Bokor. You are not late at all. The visuals from Germany were interesting to watch. Thank you very much, Benny Muswane. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for that. Then we have Barbara Paddy say, greetings to you all, Bokor and Nuledo. Hello, sister. Dede Nuledo. How are you? Thank you very much for joining. Then we have Tobe Jibezan. Sesoka again saying, Papa, you are looking sharp today. Yes, my niece is selling these clothes, and last week she came to the house to greet me, to say welcome back home to me, and she came and gave me this thing. So it's a very beautiful fugu. It's a very typical one. Today I'm looking like a Northern Ghana chief. So if any of you want to buy, please, I will send you her number and you can contact with her. Thank you. It's a very nice one. That's why I'm very comfortable in it today. Thank you very much, Thank you. Yes. So where do we go? And are we on Clubhouse? Can people hear us?
Yes, please.
If you can hear us on Clubhouse, please let us know.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, we thank God. Yeah, so we are done with Facebook and also with YouTube. Now we are on Zoom, and we have Fatima Friday there. Hello, Fatima. How are you?
Good morning, Bokor. I'm well. How are you?
I'm also very fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I received your message yesterday, and I will start getting the items, and very soon, during the week, I will do your work.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy and very grateful for everything that you've been teaching and everything I've been learning. It's been very refreshing to finally feel connected after so many years. So blessings to you and ATM eternally. Thank you.
We are very grateful. Thank you too. Okay, so I think we are done. Anybody with anything from Clubhouse that we can start with? Okay, anyone on Facebook that wants to bring a question, or on YouTube or anything, please bring your questions and let us start. Sorry, where is Lami? Okay, I wanted to see them today because I don't know the number is reducing, or, but it's okay. It's okay. I'll see them tomorrow. Get me water. Pour it into a cup. Thank you. Okay, so yes.
Papa, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Nuku. How are you?
I'm fine, Papa.
Yes.
And I had a question.
Go ahead with your question.
Okay. I wanted to ask that, just as they have the spiritual artifacts at their end,
yeah,
do they have, it's a bit of an uncomfortable question. Some of these Europeans, they took some of the bodies of our chiefs and our elders, some of their bodies and things like that, and then they keep them.
And they call them human. They call them human remains.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any information on that also?
Yeah, they have. They have human remains. They were some of the missionaries and those who were the contractors or merchants who were also involved in collecting these things were specifically told to collect human remains and bring back to them. And the missionaries, some of them collected these human remains and packed them and sent them to Germany, to England, to Holland, and all the European countries, France and everywhere. So yes, they have human remains, because in one of our readings, the first reading we did in the museum in Bremen, where the Bremen mission, North Bremen mission that came to Volta region, especially to our area, Peki, Pando, Usuta, and those areas, Anyako, the Bremen mission came from where I went. And they had, the museum actually is indirectly like their own. They are part of the trustees of the museum. So they asked their missionaries and other people to bring human remains. And in our initial reading, or our first reading, we did some of these dead spirits of our ancestors. But the ones that we encountered, the ones that came to talk, were not from West Africa. They were from Pacific. They came in that their bodies had been kept here for so long. That they too, they are here. So they wanted us to know that they too, they have been kept there. And we physically asked them, this is what the oracle is saying, that the souls or the spirits of these people who there is a human remains. Are there human remains in the museum here? Because we are getting some information from them. Then they say yes. But they did not take us to that part to see, because we were concentrating mainly on Epedome, Voodoo or Bokor, Joka, and Legbao from Epedome, and some from Anglo area. Those was our concentration. So we didn't go to where the Pacific human remains were kept, but there are. And then in other museums in Germany, they have human remains from our Ewe people, West Africa. Ewe people in particular, they have a lot, but they were not in this very museum that we went. If they were, they didn't make us to be aware. They told us that it was the ones that we are seeing are from the Pacific.
Thank you, Papa.
You are welcome. Okay, I have this thing from Chamba Musa Mohammed on Facebook. Say, greetings, Papa. You look really nice today. Oh, thank you very much. Everywhere I'm looking nice. Okay, it's a nice this thing. It's a nice batakari, fugu. Thank you very much, Chamba. How are you and how is your mom? My regards to her. Thank you very much. Then we have big sister Ifadara. I say greetings, Kofi Adai Ado. So Ifadara is returning the greetings to Kofi Adai Ado. So thank you very much, big sister. I think they should move the, you finished with that and then move the, like move the cursor up. Okay, I think after Ifadara, there is no listen under again. Okay. Try the YouTube.
Please, Papa, there's a on Facebook from Voodoo.
Okay, Bubune Tamaklo is saying, Papa, please, what role does having human remains with them play? I'm not a German man. Oh. I only went there to see. They call me to come and see. I don't know what role it's playing for them. And the people who call me to see are not directly the directors of the museum. We have a curators among us, but the people who are the main trustees and owners of the government of Bremen, I think they are the owners of the museum. So I didn't meet any of them, so I cannot know what role it's playing for them. But if it was not important for them, I don't think they would have taken human remains from their place of origin and go and keep them in a museum and lock them up. There must be some role they are playing for them. And then we have Oluchi Osuoke, big sister Oluchi Osuoke. Papa, we are all doing great with peace and love. Thank you, Papa. Thank you too. Thank you too. I'm very grateful to hear that. Then we have Lizzie Ashokai. Greetings, Papa. I hope you and all the family are well. We have all been sick this week. I look forward to receiving the parcel. It says it should arrive tomorrow. When it does, I will surely inform you. Okay, thank you very much, Lizzie. When the package comes, there's so much good things in it for you and your family. And once you receive them, call me so I can give you the instructions on how to use it so that the children can get strong. Thank you. Then we have Cassie Louise. Papa, greetings to you. Come to Canada. Okay, one day when I have somebody who will invite me to come, and if my coming will be useful to people in Canada as well as our people in the diaspora, I am willing to come. Thank you very much, Louise. Yes. Okay, then we are back to YouTube. We have Le Lion Du Grove. Le Lion Du Grove. Good afternoon. Is the knowledge every language mandatory in learning Voodoo practices? Yes and no. Yes, because most of the Voodoo incantations that I will initiate you to will be in every language. And that is yes, you need to have some knowledge, not before coming, but when you are here, you pick those words and you can later try to learn and understand them. Know in the sense that you don't need to be an AV to learn Voodoo or to be initiated into Voodoo. So that's why I say yes and no. When you get initiation, of course, the incantations and the joker and the words of power, Besa, all these things are in every language. They will be translated to you in English language and maybe in another language that you can understand. You can get people who can translate for you into French and then maybe into Spanish and other languages into Japanese, Chinese. Yes. But you don't really need to know how to speak Ewe before coming to learn. It's not a mandatory, but you need to have some idea when you come in, because most of the things are in Ewe. You know, the culture, the spirituality of a people, or the spirituality of a people is in their language. You know, the spirituality of a group of people is in their language. That's why when you go to India, you want to learn about Hinduism, you have to learn Sanskrit. You have to learn some Indian language. When you go to Japan, and you want to learn Japanese Zen Buddhism, you will have to get some Japanese words. Even if you are not learning the Buddhism, if you want to even learn only Judo and other Aikido and all these things, you have to learn some of the Japanese words. And if you go to China, you want to learn about Chinese spirituality or learn about Kung Fu, you need to learn some basic Chinese language, because those are the words they will be using when they are teaching or training you, and you need to understand them. You have to convert them into your own language. So it is not mandatory, but when you are here, you will definitely pick up some of the words, because most of the powerful words are in our language. Thank you. And the lion do groove. And then where are we again? I think we are back on Facebook.
Yes.
But we don't have any. Chamba.
Yes.
Okay, Papa. Chamba Musa Mohammed is saying, Papa, please, can you explain Voodoo? Okay. Voodoo is another initiation in Ewe Afar. I don't know whether it is in Ifa or not, but there is another initiation in Ewe Afar called Volu Hoho. The Volu is after you become a priest and you are already a priest and you want to be able to do rituals for people and be able to do rituals that will be successful. That's the initiation you take. That's the initiation you will be taking. You have to take that initiation. Otherwise, when you do sacrifice, or we call it vosa. I don't like using the word sacrifice and ritual. I want to use our own language. When you do vosa, and if you want to know what vosa is what you do after you do this thing. When you do a reading, you need to do a vosa, which in English they call it a ritual. You need to do a vosa in order to avoid kamasa. Kamasa is to do a reading without doing the sacrifices that follow. It makes your problem double or triple or even more than that. That's why I advise people that when you are not ready to do the vosa, it is not advisable that you want to do a reading. We in every Afar or in our every spiritual practices. We are not like the people who only do reading for you and then they tell you this is going to happen in your life without trying to find solutions or make sure whatever is the good thing that will come should come to you. And we don't just leave it out there. We have to do the Vosa in order to close the doors that are open, the negative doors that are open should be closed. And then the positive doors that are closed would be open for you so that the good things should flow in and the bad things should stop. That is called Vosa. And it is only done after a reading. When you do a reading, the oracle will give you directions on what to do. But if you do a reading and you don't do the necessary directives that the oracle tells you, it's your own problem. We at our shrine, we will not force you to come and do your Vosa because it is your problem. We were only seers and trying to tell you that this is what we have seen or this is what the oracle has seen, and we are interpreting that one to you. So whether you choose to do the ritual or the Vosa or anything you don't want to do it, we will not force you. But if you don't do it, what happens is that the spirit world is now aware that you are aware of what is causing your problem. They have given you a peeping eye into what is happening, the cause of your problem, the cause of your challenges. And they also had given you the directives on what to do to solve them. And if you don't solve them, the spirit world knows that they have already told you and you are not interested. So they will double whatever problem you are facing and it becomes small. So that's why it is not advisable. If you are not ready and you know you don't have money to do a Vosa, please, I am advising you, for everybody again, that don't do a reading. It is not advisable. So the Volu is the key of the priest. It's a special key that when the priest has it and he does a Vosa for you, the spirit will respect him because they recognize him as a person who can interact with them and a person who can communicate with them and bring the Vosa to them. So the Volu is one of the master keys in Afar, every Afar, where you can have Afar for over 30, 40 years. If you don't have Volu, you may do Vosa for people. Some may come through, some may not come, but it is like trial and failure. But if you are a priest and you wanted to do things so that it is not a trial and failure, then you must get that volume. You must be initiated into that. It's also a full initiation on its own, where they teach you everything. And when you do things, it is very hard for you to fail. You can't fail. Whatever Vosa you will do, whether you are able to do it well or not, you must succeed. That's the key. So that is volume in Ewe. And not many priests even know about it. And not many priests have it because so many people did not even know about it. So, Chamba, that's what volume is. And then we have Cassie Lewis. He said, thanks, Baba. Thank you too, Cassie. And then we have Dr. Henry Hansen saying, greetings, Papa, the Shaolin Master. I hope you and the family are doing well. I hope you're doing well. This your trip to overseas has shined a light on so many issues and concerns. Realize that so many things that are out there, which from Africa that we don't know about. Very sad. Yes, there are so many things that we most of us don't know about until we went to see them. We were surprised that all these things are there, but then they are there. They are there. They are there. They took them away from us. They took our power. They came and deceived us and they took our power. But that was the target. They wanted to take our power from us, and they did. And now we are at the receiving end all the time, begging them to help us to develop ourselves. So it's very sad, but that's the reality of life. It is up to all of us to begin to find our way back home and to know that our ancestors were not stupid and that what people label as juju was actually a wisdom, or is actually a wisdom. It's not evil. If you can say to the sky and ask the sky to let rain fall and rain can fall, what is evil about it? Or if somebody is sick and is dying and you can just mention one single word in that person's ear and the person will get healed. Or a person is dying and it's almost at the point of death and everybody knows that the doctors cannot do anything. Western medicine cannot do anything. But you as a juju man, you can just take a single herb and touch the person's body and the person will come back to life and be a living human being again and be functioning as any other human being. What's wrong with that? Won't you call this wisdom? Isn't this knowledge? Why label it evil? You can only label it evil because if you cannot do the same, and it will look strange to you, that how come? But you cannot use scientific, modern scientific, Western scientific tools to prove it. So you can only label it the devil's hand. So it is up to us to go back to pick our wisdom, knowledge and wisdom. That's why African Magic Temple, our motto is a school of enlightenment and wisdom. It's a school of enlightenment and wisdom. When you pass here and you don't learn anything again, then there's nowhere you can learn anything. Thank you very much, Dr. Henry Henson. Thank you. Okay, we have Le Lion de Groove. Say thank you. Allow me to ask more directly in mandatory to speak Ewe to become a Voodoo priest. Thank you. Allow me to ask more directly. Is it mandatory to speak Ewe to become a Voodoo priest? No, I said it's not the mandatory. But the point is, if you want to learn Voodoo from Ewe people, then you are going to learn some Ewe automatically, because we are not going to, they don't translate the Voodoo incantations in English. Even if it is translated in English, you cannot use it in English form to get the power that you need. So our words will all be in Ewe. The teachings will be in English, we translate to you, but where we will have to initiate you and give you the words of power, the words of power are in Ewe. It's not would be, they are in Ewe, and they cannot be translated. Just like when people are Islamic people or Muslims, they speak Arabic, even though Arabic is not the language they wanted to speak, but if they want to read the Quran, then they have to read it in Arabic. That's what I mean to say. And I don't see why people will go and learn Arabic if they want to be Muslim and learn other language when they want to relate to the religion or the spirituality of the people. And I don't see what is difficult if you have to learn Ewe or you have to be instructed in Ewe. And it's the same, it's everywhere. I have traveled the world and I have seen that it is everywhere. So it is not a mandatory, but you will have to learn part of the language if you are going to get the incantations and the initiations. It's not that you have to speak it to anybody. The words that will be given to you will be in Ewe words or in Ewe language, and you need to learn them, and they will explain to you what they mean. Thank you very much, Lion du Groove. Thank you. And then we have Kwabena Penin. Say, hi, Papa. Just sending greetings to you and the AMT team this week. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you. And the small glows good too. Thank you very much, Kwabena. Thank you. I'm very grateful. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then we have a lion. Is it lion they call lion?
Leon.
Le lion in French. Le lion du groupe. Say thank you very much. So it's English is a lion.
Yes.
But I think they write it lion.
Lion.
Uh,
The lion of group.
Yes, I know, but he is writing in the French way, so it's Le Lion du Groove. Okay, okay. Thank you very much, Le Lion du Groove, and thank you for the questions too. Thank you very much. Papa, you said it all. Thanks you for so much. Thank you for so much. Oh, thank you to Doctor. Thank you, thank you. It all have to start with we and our children, you know. If we want to move away from this mental colonization, then we will have to start with our children. Yes, I'm coming. I'm just, somebody is calling me, so I want to send a message. Please go ahead.
Greetings, Bokor. I have a two-part question, if that's okay.
Go ahead, please.
So I wanted to ask, the first part is I've been dealing with a little bit of frustration and confusion about purpose and destiny because when I listen to you speak, it's like our people have known way before we were colonized about the power of spirit. But in the common ways that we are living under, just being subjected to so much negativity, I'm thinking about like reincarnation, like what is the purpose of having all of the wisdom at one point in time and then having to kind of like die and constantly come back to kind of restore what we once already had? Because this day-to-day living of, work, eat, repeat, is just seems really ridiculous, especially being under a type of control, mental control that is not in sync, with, I can say with me, like I really do not like the work that I do. And it's an offense to my spirit. So I just am trying to understand like what is the purpose of it all. And that kind of just taps into the second part as far as like destiny. Like, what is my destiny? Like, what is all of this for? And do I have to go to someone to help me to understand what I'm supposed to be doing with my life? Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, that's a very interesting question. You see, I spoke about destiny several times on this program. When we talk about destiny, destiny is what sent you or brought you into this world and put you where you are. Destiny is kind of tied up with our past lives and also our reincarnation into this new life. Your destiny can make you a black person today, and tomorrow your destiny will not make you a black person. It doesn't mean that when you are born a black person, so because you are a black person or a white person, that means all the time when you come back into this world, you will be the same race or the same as you were in your past life. This is where most people do not understand. You could be a white man in your past life, but because of how you lived your life, your destiny, your inner self, your atma, your soul would decide to bring you into another race where you will also experience what had happened or whatever you had done to other people in your past life. So your destiny, whatever you are going through today, in this current life that you are living is all bounded and on your destiny. Whatever life you had lived in your past life is making your present life be as it is. So to be able to avoid this in your next incarnation, let me use that, then you must find a way to live in a way that human beings are supposed to live. So that in your next life, when you reincarnate on this phase of life, you will be placed in a better position to be able to know why you are here, what you are supposed to do, and so forth. And coming to your personal, how to know your destiny, during initiation into Afar in particular, the blueprint of your purpose in this world will be revealed to you in the oracle that will come out during the initiation. And some of the things that will come out in the initiation, you are already living it without even knowing that that's your destiny. And there will still be some that will come in the future that you have not come across yet. I'll use myself as a sample. I didn't know what my destiny was, but I decided to look for the truth. And from my childhood, that had been my struggle to find the truth. That's why I went from Christianity into Hinduism, some little bit of Sufi, Kabbalah, and then some bit of Buddhism. And then now I am back here doing traditional spirituality, or Voodoo, as most people may call it. That's how our people call it. So I didn't know that that was in my destiny. But when I was initiated into Afar, everything that I had done in my destiny, I was supposed to be a magician, a professional entertainer, somebody who do mysteries or make, how will you say it, Said? Magician, someone who will bring illusion or mystical things into for other people to say. And in our Ewe language, they call it what do they call it? There's a name for it. Amlema. They call it Amlema. A magic is called Amlema in Ewe. And I had already been a magician even before getting to know what Afar is. In my destiny, I'm supposed to be a teacher, teaching about spirituality. And I had been doing that long before I even was initiated into Fa. In my destiny, I am supposed to be rearing pigeons. And I had had pigeons over almost 25 years now. I have been rearing pigeons, not for food, but just for fun, that I just love them. And I found it later when I was initiated and my destiny was broken down for me. It was in there that I should have pigeons. Also, I'm supposed to be a father of twins. If you look at my wrist, you'll see this twins beads, which is the Ewe symbol for people who are twins or people who gave birth to twins or people who are related to twins, which I had. And also another bad part that I never knew before is that every woman that I will marry or every woman that I will be with, the women will be talkative. They will talk too much. And also, at a point in our relationship, without me doing anything, the woman would take my children and run away from me. And I had gone through all these things already before even knowing that it was in my destiny. So
wow, that is...
when I got to know the blueprint of my destiny, I became relaxed. I'm no more angry. I'm not fighting anymore because that's what my destiny has brought me into this world to face.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I think what I forget, I've heard you mention this before, but maybe I don't want to accept that I could have been white in a past life. I think that's what it is. And, you know, all of my upbringings have, all of my teachings have basically said that, you know, our ancestors are a reflection of who we are today. So I never really considered that I haven't been black in
Yeah. So
previous incarnations.
your ancestors are what you are today. But then if you are born into a white family today, then you have to follow on that white family that you'll be born into physically. The DNA on that line is what will become your ancestral line. But
I've never heard that in all of my life before. That's why I think it's difficult.
Yeah. So but your inner self, your soul, has not got any DNA.
Okay. Okay.
Your inner self, your soul has not got any DNA because the soul, your destiny, your inner self, your atma, call it whatever you call it, does not have any blood, whereby you are going to know that this is the blood of this great Napoleon Bonaparte or whatever. No. It is your physical body that will trace that, because when you get born in a particular family line, then that is where your ancestral line will come. But in your next incarnation, you may not be born in the same that family line. You may still be born on that same family line, depending on what you do in this life. So if you are not born in that family line, then the new family line into which you'll be born will be your ancestral line for the time that you live in the world. And when you are coming back into this world, you will never know whether you were here before or you weren't here before. It is until you start growing in spirit before you begin to pick one, then you realize that this is not the first time I've been here. Because sometimes in your dream, you have dream, you have been to certain places before, many times you go there in your dream, and it looks so real until you wake up before you realize that, no, I was dreaming. And sometimes you might have visited that same place many times. And the place is not anywhere near you. And sometimes you go to a place you have not been there before. It may be your first time you go there, and emotionally you feel some attachment to that place. You cannot explain it with your any words, but you can know that you feel an emotional attachment to that place. Because like the case of my wife, Chieko, the first time she came to Africa, she came on a dancing trip. They have a group in Japan, in Tokyo, that I was also teaching dancing and drumming. I was coordinating dancing and drumming in Japan. So she joined, and then there was another group that was also coordinating. They took them to Senegal, to Gorée Island. And she told me when she got there, she was just crying emotionally. She kept crying and crying and crying. She was communicating with me that she didn't know why. She was just crying and crying and crying and crying until finally she came back to Tokyo. And we didn't know anything. She didn't know why, but she just felt some emotional feeling. And then about maybe it's not even 1 year ago, but let's say about a year ago, we found out that her great ancestors were descendants of the samurai. What do they call this guy? Yasuke. The Yasuke, who was the black samurai, who came from Mozambique in so many, what time I cannot tell, I think in the 10 AD or 10 something, were black people. So her generation, her DNA, her ancestral line came from that line. So her going to Africa and having that emotional feeling may be due to the fact that her ancestors were in Africa. So she being a Japanese without any knowledge that they have had even any black blood in their line. Emotionally, the ancestors were just making her to feel that. And that was some lesson I have also learned. And my children are also learning and beginning to unravel all this past ancestral line that they have had in Japan, but originally was from Africa.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you so much, Prabha. So just to clarify, ultimately it doesn't matter what life you're living in, you have to know your soul.
Yes, you need to know yourself here and know what you are here for and what you are supposed to do. That is
your soul, though, your soul. How do you know like the purpose of your soul with all of these different, avatars that you end up having?
It is through initiation. When you are initiated, then that is where all these things are revealed to you. And you begin to know who you are and what you should do, what your life should be.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Fatima. Thank you very much, too, for the question. Okay, we have some more questions here. We have a Charles Jackson down. We have Charles Jackson. Thank you for the explanation. How do you discover the blueprint of your destiny in Afar Voodoo? Which ceremony is done for that? Charles, it is an initiation. When you are initiated into Afar, the oracle that will come for you during the initiation. It is not I who will select it. It is not any other priest that will select it. It is you yourself who, during the rituals or the ceremony for the initiation, that you yourself are the one going to pick that particular oracle, and then your teachers will explain to you that this is the oracle that you had picked, because you will be blindfolded before they ask you to do the things that you will be doing. Then at the end of it, it will come out. And when they start talking about it and decoding the data or whatever the Afar oracle comes for you, they will decode it. Your teachers who are initiating you are the one going to decode it and tell you what is in your life, what has been happening in your life. If you had been here as a priest before, they will tell you. If you have done some bad things in your past life, they will tell you. And all these things will show when you are initiated. It's not something you go for a normal reading and then find this out. A lot of time people thought that you just go for normal reading and say, okay, I want to know my destiny. I want to know my past life. You won't get it in those readings. It won't be complete. It will just be a surface they will touch, but it cannot get deeper than just touching or scratching the surface. But when you get initiated into Afar, the Afar initiation is the blueprint of your life. And it is in that you will know. But without that initiation, it is difficult to get your blueprint. As far as Eve, Afar, and Voodoo are concerned, people can tell you things, but you cannot know the total things without getting initiated. Even if you get initiated into Afar, you don't need to be a Bokor, you don't need to do reading for anybody, you don't need to do anything for anybody, but at least you know your purpose here, and you can use that to live your life where the foods you are supposed to eat, they will tell you in your reading the foods you are supposed to avoid, things you are supposed to avoid, things that you are supposed to associate with, all will be in that blueprint. So you don't necessarily need to become a Baba or Bokor or Iya or anything You just know that for yourself. And there's a lot of people who have been initiated into Ifa in the diaspora, who even after this initiation of Ifa and they wear beads and show that they are initiated into Ifa, they don't know their destiny. Because the people probably who initiated them didn't know how to read deep into each person's oracle to tell you the things that are hidden there. All that you know is that you got initiated, they put beads on you, you wear white cloth, and that's it. You are Ifa priest or you are Ifa initiate. But the things that are hidden in it, most of the time, not many people even know. Because it's not many people who know how to explain the Afar in detail or explain the Ifa oracle that falls for you in detail. And this is where the problem is. It took we at African Magic Temple for many, many years looking for the truth before we came across this pure truth where everything inside your Afar initiation oracle is the blueprint of your life. So it is good to get initiated, and that's what that I will say. When you get initiated, you know where you are coming from and you will know where you are going. And so many things will not surprise you anymore. You just live your life very peacefully and comfortably. No matter what people are doing around you, you just be very quiet and be watching because you know yourself. That is when you begin to know who you are. When they say that man know thyself, it's not anything, no. It is just trying to go deeper into spirituality and knowing who you are. I have not received that one here. That is okay, that's YouTube.
Yes.
Okay, it's not on this one. Okay, we have Charles Jackson here. Thank you. Does everybody get the same initiation in Afar, regardless if they intend to become a Bokor? Is becoming a Bokor something that one should have in their destiny? Yes, some people have it in their destiny to become a Bokor. And when you are initiated, it is up to you if you want to become a Bokor. Then you have to choose that, because the Bokor is not just the initiation that you are given that makes you Bokor. Of course, they will call you Bokor V, means a small Bokor because you have taken initiation into Afar. But if you want to be a Bokor who will do reading for people and do this, then you need to learn from your teacher practically how to do this thing. And that's why there was a question Chamba Musa asked there about Voodoo, which is another initiation. Even though you are being initiated into Afar, you have to undergo practical training to know the herbs, to know the incantations, to know the Besa for each Poli or oracle, even if you cannot know all, and know how to translate them, and also sometimes know the songs that come with each oracle. Each oracle has their own songs. They have the joker or Besa, the herbs that are used, and then the sacrifice that is supposed to be done, or the vosa that is supposed to be done. So each oracle that falls has its own thing, all the things in it, whether food to eat and all this thing. And the oracle sometimes, if it is your destiny to become a Bokor or a teacher or Afar, priest, they will tell you, the oracle will tell you. And even if it is not in your destiny to become a Bokor and you choose to become a Bokor, it is up to you. You can take training under your teacher or under any good teacher to learn how to become a Bokor, because you have to know how to explain the oracle to people, the stories in it. And you know, in each oracle that fall, there are about 16 different stories. At least you must know some. The food the person is supposed to avoid and the one to eat, you have to know. The herbs that will be used for the person during the Vosa, you have to know that. It's a whole university on its own. You can't just get initiated and jump into airplane and get to the US or into any country and say, I am a Baba, I'm a Babalao, just because I came to the motherland. There's so much deceit of many people like this in the diaspora who are claiming to be Babalao. They don't even know the thing in total. They don't know the working of Fa. But they are there, and they are expecting people to respect them and call them Baba. And if you don't respect them, they get angry. Yeah, it's a bitter truth I'm saying. But there's so many of these people who are going around initiating people without even they themselves knowing the thing very well. That's why you'll be initiated, but you cannot use your Afar for anything because you don't know how to use it. They can give you your kernels or your Ikins and give you the divination chain alongside. You can't use it because you don't know. And the only thing you probably be taught is that, oh, you just be worshiping Orisha, worship them, and they will open the doors for you. It doesn't work like that. You need to know how the Orisha will respond and how you talk to it before it will respond to you. And that is through knowing of the Fa. That these are plenty of people out there, Most people are just coming and taking initiation and then going back and they become lords. In every Fa, if you want to be a Bokor, you have to go through so many training. I am a Bokor. I've been initiated more than about 17 years ago. But I'm still learning from people who know it more than me. I'm still learning every day. So you can't just take initiation and then go back and think because you put beads, you are putting Yemaya beads on your neck or you are putting Shango beads on your neck and then that means you are Bokor. No. Every Afar is not a religion. It's more of practicality. So there's not too much of worshipping done in every Fa. We do practical things. We ask Fa, what is wrong? What should we do? Then we go that way. But that kind of worshiping and praying and praises is not very, very the way our people in every land would do Afar. When Afar is fed, yes, we will sing songs and all these things for Afar. But then after that, Afar is there as a divination tool. And when we are working our Voodoo and we go to Afar, how can we work this Voodoo to work for us? Then the Afar will tell you that, okay, do this, do this, do this. And then we go. And when year ends, then we feed Afar again and say, oh, thank you for being with us during the year. That's it. But the worshiping that people do in the diaspora, I don't know because I'm not everybody's teacher. But we don't do it in that way here in every Afar. No, we don't do it that way. We attend to the practicality of things. And that's what interests me. That's why when you begin to see things that Afar tells you that it's going to happen, and they ask you to do rituals and you do the rituals. And then before your own eyes and the things start happening, then that tells you that you are actually dealing with an entity that knows what it's saying. Yeah. That's how the Aves do their Afar. Unlike the way it is done in other parts, we are more into practical aspect of it. That's why we don't do too much of worshiping. And Charles Jackson went on to say Thank you again. Allow me one more question, please. Which rituals should be done in Afar when a baby is born? I don't know. I don't know which rituals are supposed to be done in Afar when a baby is born. Yeah, but I believe that there may be some rituals that will be done, maybe cleansing, bathing, whatever. But in my shrine, we are not using the Afar method to do ceremonies for babies. When we do outdooring, which many people call naming ceremony, we call it outdooring. Because when a child is born, the child is supposed to be in the room for 8 days before the mother brings the child out. And when we do outdooring, we use the voodoos and so many other things, and we may ask Afar, this child, what kind of child is this child? And then Afar will tell you this child is this and this and this, this is what it's going to be, and this and that. Then we will do the bathing ceremony. But if there is any other rituals that are done, I don't know, to be honest. But at our shrine, we bath babies, and it is not Afar that we are using. Okay, we have Big Sister Ifadara saying beautiful. Thank you very much, Big Sister Ifadara. Thank you very much. Any question from Clubhouse?
Yeah, I just wanted to know the similarities between Ifa and Voodoo. Sorry, but I've heard a lot of misinformation at the room, so I just wanted to have some sort of clarity on the derivatives.
Okay, today I can't see your names, so please, when you are going to speak, just mention your name so that I can say it. I can't see your name then because the this thing is not with me. I can hear you, but I cannot see the phone or the thing to see who is speaking. So please, do mention your name, then I can respond to you.
My name is Shay.
Shay?
Shay.
Okay. Shay, you see, Afar and Voodoo in Eveland, they are kind of synonymous. Voodoo is what the Yorubas call Orisha. Because when you talk about Voodoo like Hebiaso, we, the Eves, will call it Hebiaso Voodoo. The Yoruba will call it Shango. What do you call it? What again? Like the Ade, the hunter spirit, or the hunter Voodoo, which the Yoruba will call Ochosi, Orisha. We will call it Ade Voodoo. So it's only language that is the difference. There's nothing much different than language. And then maybe the way we approach our Afar. Afar is a divination tool, and it tells you about what will happen tomorrow. So if you have Voodoo, you ask your Afar how you can make your Voodoo to work for you. If you want to feed your Voodoo, you ask Afar, what food does my Voodoo want to eat? Afar will consult with the Voodoo and tell you your Voodoo wants to eat chicken. Then you give chicken. So that's the way we work. But I don't know how people understand Voodoo as if it is totally different from Ifa and Orisha. It's just the languages that are different. Things are almost the same.
Thank you for your clarification.
You're welcome. Thank you, Shei.
My brother in the audience had an advice for you. So you said, is it advisable to go consult an oracle when nothing seems to be a problem? I think that was his question. Maybe just to find out who you are. Maybe.
Yeah, because the oracle is a tool that we use in looking into the past, into the future, and into the present. So when something is not going on well, or you are not understanding something and it's not clear to you, and you cannot find the answers from the physical plane, you do consultation and find out what is going on, and then you also find out how to solve that problem. So consultation or doing divination is only to find out what is going on and how to solve the problem, or how to stop whatever is happening, or how to, if it is to, you are asking the oracle about what to do, then the oracle will definitely tell you what you should do to overcome the challenges that you are facing. So that is what Afar is for. So divination or consultation is not any bad thing, but you should also know that when you do the consultation, the oracle is going to tell you how to solve the problem. But if you choose not to solve the problem, it's your palaver. A lot of times people think that, oh, maybe the Bokor who did the divination, I'm going to pay him for him to do this for me, so I want to do it myself. If you know how to do it, you can do it yourself. But the truth is that the Bokor has been trained purposely and specially to do rituals so that the spirit world can respond to whatever he brings there. And if you as an individual, you have not gone through that, and you think that you can do a vosa on your own and think that the spirit world will receive it, you have to do it before you will know whether they accept it or not. Yeah, I can't say that they won't accept your decision, but you must try it. And then if they accept it, then you know you are okay. But if they don't accept it, then you know you have to look for someone who is special or who is trained specially in doing that. Because when you go to the hospital, they have the eye surgeon, they have the heart surgeon, they have even the ear, nose, and throat. Each one, each doctor is specialized in what they do. So if you are sick with certain kind of problem, you have to, when you even go to the hospital, everybody is calling themselves doctor, doctor, but there's one who will attend to your problem. So, but if you think that, oh, maybe I'm going to pay the Bokor, Bokor has written things for me and it's expensive, and the Bokor is not going to get the money for your items. The items are supposed to be bought from the market, and you can buy them and bring. But the oracle will charge you and say, okay, this is what the Bokor should take from you. But most people will decide not to. What do I call it? Most people will decide that they don't want to do it. But then it is not the Bokor. Bokor doesn't care whether you do or you don't do. Oh, this will take us. The Bokor will not worry you if you don't want to do it. Because the problem, after all, is your own problem. You only brought it to the attention of the Bokor to find out what is going on in the Bokor tells you. So whatever it is, divination is a very good thing to tell you what is happening and how to overcome it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a Chinyo Gabriel. Say good evening, Toby. Hello, Chinyo. Gabriel, how are you? Good evening. And then we call or speak to the dead and what happened when one curse using the name of the dead. I don't mention my name. And I have to read it because everybody else is, I'm reading everybody's name. So I have to read the name before, because you are not the only one who is listening. Everybody is also listening. So you have all the right to ask questions. And what are you afraid of your name being mentioned? Who knows you? Yes, a calling of death, as in Afar. Afar also can, if you want to know about something about a dead person, you can. But me, I don't use the Afar to call dead people. I use the magic mirror to call, to communicate with the dead. I won't say I call them, but
use magic way to communicate with the dead. And if somebody put a curse on you, how can they put a curse on you by mentioning the name of a dead person? I don't know, but then if it is possible, when they do the what do you call it? They do the what do you call it? When they do the reading, it will show if truly you are being cursed by using the name of a dead person. The power is off and we're having challenges with the computer. Which computer? That is in a battery is not enough. Okay, then just to be double sure. Okay, no problem. So we have a Kofi Ado again here. So the beginning of grateful to come is just commencing. Thank you all. Thank you very much, Kofi Ado. Then we have the big sister Ifadara saying something blessing. Yes, there's power off, but we are using our UPS. UPS. Yes, so there is a UPS that is buzzing because the electricity is taking off, but we bought this as a standby, so it's helping us to continue the program. Thank you very much for that. Oh, so you can't hear. Which one is the microphone also on the power? Make sure, because Alan is saying that they can't hear. What is the this is. Okay, so hold on. People who can hear me, hold on, because they said and that's what the big sister Ifadara was saying, that there's something that is. Those on Clubhouse, can you hear us still?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, and people on Facebook, if it is still buzzing, please let us know. But we are having these challenges with light. Power on, power off, power on, power off. So the power has just come back again. We don't know how soon we'll take it again. We are in trouble in our country. So plug it somewhere, or you bring it back. Okay. Okay.
Dude, I had a question from a philosophical aspect.
Yeah, go ahead.
When it comes to West African philosophy,
yes,
is there a reason why here in the West, why European philosophy, right? Is there a reason why they try to tell us over and over that they try to give us suppressive views about our philosophy when it comes to spirituality? They try to demonize or
for I know we all know the answer to, but do you at least know like the their reason for what they do in their own like philosophy, to hinder ours, like to hinder our form of truth, because our truth is tied to a lot of things in the spiritual world that they like to suppress.
Okay, am I speaking to Shei again?
Yes.
Okay. You see, the whole Western colonization was about power, how to take power from the black man. The truth is that all the mineral resources, at least major mineral resources, were in Africa. And maybe there were a few also in Europe. But they realized that there was so much with us. And in the olden days, the Europeans didn't have spice to cook their foods. So they were kind of eating only flat food. They had to travel or take the ship all around to go to India to collect spices and bring all the way back to Europe for them to have a very enjoyable food. To be able to dominate us and be able to conquer us so that we will not be able to overcome them or stop them, they use their philosophy of God being white and Satan being black. So that's what they brought. And the evil is the black and the good is the white. So there could be no other way than to overcome us, than to deceive us, to tell us that what we were holding, our philosophy, our way of looking at the divine being, or our cosmology wasn't right. It was of the devil. That we should avoid or abandon the devil so we can go on to their to let us abandon. Because when you look at the King Leopold of Belgium, when he was sending missionaries into the Congo, he told them that he is not sending them there to talk about God. God, the people there already know what God is. But when they go, they should try as much as possible to discourage them from their juju. When they say juju in French, it means toys, which is the voodoo or the religious artifacts that we use in connecting with nature. So King Leopold told them to discourage them. And we all know the history of King Leopold after they were able to conquer the Congo, the atrocities that he has committed in the Congo were enormous. But nobody ever taken him to any court or whatever. It is still there. So it was all a game of power. It was the politicians and the merchants who sent the missionaries ahead, and then they came and convinced us to abandon our own, and then they took over. So that's all that I can say. It's a game of power. You have to play a game to overcome people. If you are not going to use gun, you have to deceive them. So they brought deceit. And our people, being so innocent and naive, accepted thinking that there was a God behind the clouds or the sky, that when you die, you go there and be drinking milk and honey for free. That's what they promised them. But then the white man who came, or the European who came and told us this, was not waiting for that God or that heaven. They tried to take a lot of gold and diamonds, minerals, human beings, to go and develop their own place. They didn't wait for the God, but they told us to wait, and our people are still waiting today for that God to come and change their situation. while the European is going on to other planets trying to discover life in other planets, our people are still waiting for that God to come one day and rescue them. So that's what it is. It is a game of power. Or it was, and it is still a game of power. So it is up to us ourselves to realize and begin to learn how to master our own lives.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is it still the buzzing sound? Can people still be hearing the buzzing sound? I want to know because the light is back and we've refixed everything. So we don't know whether you are hearing any buzzing sound again. Please let us know. We have a jar code. Jackie, they're saying, oh, okay. First we go to Charles Jackson said, thank you very much for the explanation. That's on YouTube. Then we have Jacob saying, a loud buzzing sound is making it hard to hear your answer. Yes, okay. So I think if it is still there, please, Jackie, let me know. Then Charles Jackson is saying, what is the bracelet on the ATM logo? Can one get objects, car, or work tool incantated with Afar for protection or success? I don't know what you mean by that. That if they can give you incantation tools or listen. If you want to know what is happening to you, do a reading. And in the reading, the Afar oracle will tell you what to do for whatever your needs are and whatever your challenges are. We are not giving incantation tools. We are a very real shrine. We are not people who are playing games on others say, okay, I give you this, and then you are able to become rich. No. That's not what I teach here. I teach how you can develop yourself so that you become your powerhouse, not what objects I will send to you. There are things that we will use in supporting your journey, but they are not the main thing. The main thing is you yourself. So it is not like you want to get a car or work tool incantated with Afar for protection. We have protection things, but that's not the, I don't know how to explain it. You have to ask Afar during a consultation or divination when you are having some challenge. That's what I had explained earlier. Then Afar will give you the direction. And when you follow the direction, whatever challenges that you are encountering or that is facing you, things will change. Because we as human beings are still human beings. The spirits are the ones who know what is happening and how to solve them. And they are the ones who go to solve them. Not me, not anybody from the shrine. We will only follow the direction of the spirit, and the spirits will do the work, because spirits are spirits and they are not physical. But we need some physical things to do their work. So that's why we are between spirits and human beings. We will connect with the spirit and ask them what you ask us to ask them. Then, when the spirit tells us what is happening through divination, we will tell you. And the spirit will also give you direction what to do to overcome the challenges. And when you follow those directions or directives, you will surely overcome your challenges. And then Jackie is saying, okay, the AM logo with the bracelet. The bracelet represents one of the deities that we work with, Togbe Jopata. It's one of the patron deities of our shrine. And this is what represents its, the spirit had asked us to use this particular bracelet with 3 different colors, brass, copper, and iron to represent it. This is what most people call the Chamba bracelet. That's what it says we should use in representing it. So it is the symbol of the deity Togbe Jopata. And people get initiated into Togbe Jopata. And when you are initiated into Togbe Jopata, we give you the bracelet alongside. Thank you very much. And I think Jackie was saying correct. We see the power game even today. Yes, it's always power. It's a game of power. Who will rule who? Yeah. And then Jackie also went to say the sound is good now. Thank you very much. Then we have Soul Mystic Om. Greetings. That's the meaning of the marks with the cowrie shell in the logo. What's the meaning of the marks with the cowrie shell in the logo? The 5 marks and the same one reverse. Okay, the cowrie shells represent the Poni Woli Wogodo, or the oracle of go back to your roots. It was Woli, Wori, and Guda, and we call it in Ewe Woli Wogodo. Look back. The accounts will say Sankofa, go back to your roots and find the truth. That's what the cowrie shells in the logo represent. Then the 5 marks and the same one reverse. Which one is the 5 marks? If you are talking about the inverted triangles, it's the triangle that goes up shows that we can upload our information into the spiritual world, and the one that comes down means we can also receive from the spiritual world. It has nothing to do with the King of David this at all. It's 2 triangles, one with its tips up and one with the tips down. Yeah, that's what our logo represents. Everything in there has a meaning. And then Charles Jackson said thank you, and thank you very much, Charles. Thank you for the questions. We got disconnected from Facebook. Okay, so we are back. Okay, sorry, folks, we got disconnected from Facebook when the light went off, right? So we are connecting back. So if we have not answered your question or you couldn't hear me, please reconnect with us, and then I'll answer your questions. Or send the questions again, then I'll answer them.
Papa, please ask the question.
Go ahead, Nuku.
Okay. Wanted to ask, when somebody does a Voodoo, and generally in Afar, are there generalizations that, like, are there specializations that people can get into if they want to, like, a specific part of Afar, or a part that, like, they may be interested in, or you can say, like, the different things you can do once you have the Afar?
Okay, when you are initiated into Fa, you must be initiated into Fa before you even talk about Volu. You can't get Volu without being initiated into Fa, because Volu is another initiation inside Afar, every Afar. And Volu is not the only initiation. There are so many other initiations. But once you are initiated into Fa and you wanted to be a priest, they are not going to teach you only one side of the story, because the type of people who will come to you will have all kinds of problems, because you don't even know what problem anybody has. People who come to you and want to do a consultation, and they have a problem. Maybe their relationship is not working well. Maybe it is job situation. Maybe it is a material thing they are trying to acquire. Maybe it is their children. Maybe it is even their own life that is not going on well. So how can you specialize in only one area if you are going to be a Bokor or you're going to be an Afar priest and teach? Because the Afar priest is a counselor, is a psychologist, is a doctor, is a teacher. He is everything. He's an advisor on everything. So when you want to become, that's why you cannot just get initiation and tomorrow and start calling yourself Baba or calling yourself Bokor. You need to go through training. so that you can understand what you are coming to do. Because you become the hope of humanity, in the sense that you are the link between the physical world and the spiritual world. You are standing between the spirits and the human beings. And it is you who send messages to the spirits, and you receive messages from the spirits to human beings. So you cannot just specialize in one field. There is no one field. You need to know all.
Thank you, Papa.
You are welcome. Okay, we have a Soul Mystic Om saying that thank you. I think Charles Jackson also said thank you on YouTube. And then we have Reyes 7. Please, what are the various methods of divination in Afar? Thank you, Bokor. There is only one method of divination in Afar, that is using the Afar to divine for you. There are no various. Either people are using the kennels, or people call it ikins, themselves directly, or using the divination chain, which were the Yoruba call opele, and we call it pele or gumaga. And the gumaga is the spokesperson for the Afar. So it is easier to use. That's why a lot of people use the gumaga or the divination chain. But then if you feed your Afar and you want to ask Afar what is in the future for you, you don't use the chain again. You use the kernels directly, because the chain is like a spokesperson for the Afar kernels. So in Afar, every Afar, we use just the Afar itself, and or you use its spokesperson, which is the Opele or Pele or Gumaga, as the Aves call it, the divination chain. Thank you very much, Reyes. Then, and Jackie saying, when discussing initiation of people in America and Americans being initiated in West Africa, it seems to be a business where Americans pay large sums of money. Yes, it depends on the teacher also. And every shrine is not the same, in the sense that I think in the Americas, when you are initiated in America, I don't know how much people pay in America to be initiated. But from what I heard, it's also a lot of money. When you come to a shrine in West Africa or Africa, let's say Ghana, it depends. Like I said earlier, it's not everybody who really understands this spirituality in itself. Even everybody say, I'm a Voodoo priest, I am a Voodoo shrine, or I'm a Afar priest. It's not everybody who knows it. So if you want to get the maximum benefit of your initiation, go to the correct priest. And honestly, the correct priests are not cheap, because they did a lot of research and they probably had paid a lot of money before getting this putting these information together. That's why it is not like a baby money. But then when you take initiation from such line, you know that you have taken an initiation and you will understand what you are getting. So yes, they may be expensive, but a good priest will give you the best information. That's why I was saying that there's so many people in the diaspora who are taking initiation. They don't even understand what they know, apart from wearing white clothes and dressing like Africans and putting beads on their necks and having an altar for their ancestors. That's all. But you are supposed to know more about yourself if the correct priests initiate you. And then Jackie went on to say, it seems to be a fashionable trend. Yeah, maybe, yes, maybe. Then we have Mike Perrier. Say, good day, Papa. Our star is connected with either fire, water, air, or land. If you choose a wife, is it true that you must know upfront which star she has? Because not all stars get along with another. Yes, you are right, Mike Perrier, in that. But how will you know? You find a woman or you find a man and you are in love, and you start dating, and then you both feel that you are in love. A lot of people don't care about what star the person is. A lot of people do not care about what star their women are or what star they are not. It is until when you get into the relationship before things started happening, then you begin to find out. But it is advisable that if those lovers can take their time to really understand the stars of their partners, it will be a very big plus for them. But when you fall in love, I don't think you have that time. Most people do not have that time. But it will be advisable. So if water and fire, they can go on well, very well. But water and air, fire and air usually cannot go on well. So you must find which one corresponds with yours. I'm not here to teach which one connect or which one doesn't connect. But I know that certain signs in the astrological lesson doesn't work with others as far as love relationship matters are. Yeah, that's very true. And then we have SB saying, Bokor, can your tools and spiritual technology be used to assist indigenous people around the world communicate with their artifacts taken centuries ago? Yes, I believe so. I believe so. Because our tools and communicative things we use, we connect to all these spiritual artifacts, because we don't see them as things, but we see them as entities which have got spirit, got some energy in them. So we will connect with them, whether anywhere in the world, we can connect with them and tell the people what their things are telling us to tell them. So yes, we can. Yes, we can anywhere. And then Jalco, the Jackie, is saying $3,000 to $4,000. I think is a hoax. Maybe, depending what who is giving that initiation. There are places that you even pay up to $10,000 for an initiation, and people get initiated. And I don't know whether they are getting what they want or they are not getting. But $3,000 to $4,000 is usually, what will I say? It's more like the prevailing charges if you want to get a very good initiation. Because I, even here in Ghana, I live in Ghana, and I don't live outside. I take initiations that I was charged $5,000, even in Ghana here. I took initiations that I was charged 5,000 US dollars, converted into our currency. But I knew what I was getting, so I took it, and I've not regretted. So when you get a teacher who is really teaching the real thing and will give you what he's teaching you, then you can also use it tomorrow to live your life and make your life. If it is attractive to you, you go for it. But then, of course, the teachers are not forcing you or not forcing anybody to come and get initiation. You can also choose to go to somebody who is initiating people for 500 US dollars or even 100 US dollars. You can go to wherever you want to take your initiation. It's not a force, but if you want to get initiation and make good use of it, you should be thinking between 3,000 to 5,000 US dollars. And the race 7 say, Papa, are you saying the Star of David is African in origin? No, I never said so. Never said anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. I never said that the Star of David is African in origin. There was nowhere that I mentioned that. I said the logo on my the inverted triangles, one going up and one going down. And I explained why I put that there. I didn't put it there because of the Star of David. I didn't even thought about it that was a Star of David until people started asking questions. It was not. For me, it is two triangles, one showing how to draw energy, and then the other showing how to upload energy, information into the psychic plane, and to draw power from the psychic plane, or draw information from the psychic plane. And I said that it has nothing to do with the Star of David. So I am not saying anywhere, I've never said so, and I'm not saying now that the Star of David is African in origin. No, that's not what I'm saying. My logo has this here, but it was not because of Star of David. And I think the Star of David is that there's something added, this is all that it is too. For thickness doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. But for us, it is not the Star of David. It is our own interpretation of a triangle that goes up and a triangle that is coming down. It has nothing to do with the Star of David. Yeah, okay. I think ours is also similar like that. That's what. Yeah, but we did not think about a Star of David before doing this thing. Yeah. And then they loop it. Okay, ours, I don't know whether it's any looping, but no, it is just two triangles, one pointing up and one going down. It has nothing to do with Star of David. And the Israel flag. No, that's not the reason why we made ours. I think we are free to choose what we want to put on our logo. It's not necessary that we have to get it from Star or David. Thank you very much. Who asked that question? That was Ray. Yes, Ray 7. Yeah. And the Ray 7, and please, is there a connection between names and divination? There are so many forms of divination. There are so many forms of divination. We have the palmistry, we have the astrology, we have numerology, we have graphology. So astrology is the stars. When you talk about stars, and the people will tell you the day you were born and the stars that were rising and the one that was descending, that's astrology. And then we have a palmistry, where somebody looks into your palm and look at the lines in your palm and tell you what's happening in your life and what you should do. Then we have a numerology, where the numbers in your name will be calculated and divination can be done. Then we have graphology, where somebody only look at your handwriting and then tell you what is happening in your life. You can divine your life challenges and good things that are coming for you. But in Africa, or in Eveland, we have the cowrie shell divination, the 7 cowrie shell divination. We have the Afar. Either you are using the Afar Ekins or the kennels, or you are using the chain to divine. We have the book, just ordinary book. When they initiate you with herbs, put herbs in your nose, in your ears, and in your fingers, and into your toes, with incantations and all, you go through some process. You take a book and you open the book and you can start to talk about people's life without anything. We have the mirror, which is this one. When you are initiated into it, you open the mirror, people say whatever they want to say. They don't even say in the mirror, even you don't ask the person to say anything. You only tell the person to touch their forehead, touch their chest, use the money to rub their stomach and drop it inside the mirror. And when they close the mirror after the prayers to the mirror and everything, the mirror will come back and will start to talk to the diviner, and the diviner will be telling you what they are hearing about your life. And it is 99% accurate. You will be surprised. So, and people have looking into water as a divination. And then, of course, people throw water on the ground and divine. And then there is the sand divination, which mostly used by the Muslims and the Dogon in Mali. So there are so many forms of divination. People have the tarot card divination. People have the tea leaf divination. Just mention it. So, but in the Ewe land, Afar, cowrie divination, mirror, book, and water is the most common. These are the ways that we do divination. So there are so many forms of divination, and people can choose whatever they want to master. And then, of course, the one that works for them well, that's what they choose. But for me, I have gone through most of all these things. That's why I know about it. But it is not every diviner who will know many other ones, but the one that they are exposed to, that's what they are talking about. But for me, I have started this journey a long time ago, and I went through so many things before settling down with my ancestors their way. Okay, lift it up small. Let me see. There's okay, I think Jackie also sent a message there. It's an emoji. Yes. And okay, I don't understand what that means, but I think it's like, wow. Okay, then we have Geronimo. David saying, good day, sir. Hello, Geronimo. Good day to you. How are you? Thank you very much for joining the section. And let's go to, okay, Geronimo again. Can you explain the Odu on your logo? Thank you. The Odu on my logo is, this one is Woli. This is Woli. It's 2112. This is Woli. And then this one is Gouda. 1112 is Gouda. So we are with the combination of this, because in our reading, we read from the right to the left. So we call it Woli Gouda, but in Ewe they will say Woli Wo Godo, which means look back at your back and go back to your roots. And that is the meaning of the Odu that is in our logo. Thank you very much, Geronimo. Yeah, that is. Can people see it?
Those on Zoom can see.
And those on Zoom.
Okay. The AMT.
I'm looking like somebody when I see myself with this tall thing on my head. Very interesting.
So they can see it now.
Okay. So Geronimo, that is the meaning of our logo. So thank you for that. And okay, so let's go. And I think we go on to okay. We still have Geronimo saying thank you for the explanation. Thank you too for the question. We are all learning, Everybody is learning. So let's try Facebook, and then people on Clubhouse, if you are still having questions, please also getting your questions ready. I think so. On Facebook, we have Vivian Baka. Greetings, Papa and AMT family. Thank you very much, my sister. How are you? Thank you. Been a while. I wasn't here. I traveled, so couldn't get in touch with you. Hope you are doing well. How is your mom? Hope she is fine too. Thank you very much. Then we have Babatu Rudo. Hey, my good brother. Long time. Babatu, I haven't heard from you in a very long time, maybe more than 4 years. Hope you are fine, my brother. Thank you very much for joining the section. Then we have Bubune Tameklo saying, Papa, please, why do you say it's 99% accurate? Because with human error, you can see something, but you are not very sure of it, but maybe that's the reality and you will not be able to explain it. That's why I said that it's 99%. Because the mirror is not like Afar. Afar is mathematics, and all the things that the oracle will come with are already written ages and millennia ago. And because Afar is a spirit, when you come, Afar will pick the exact thing that is happening to you among all the 256 Voodoo's. So Afar has that accuracy of going, if the priest knows the stories of Afar. Unlike the mirror is like a satellite connection, whereby when you are being initiated into the mirror, they are going to cut metals, 2 small metals, they'll put it on your nose here. They'll squeeze herbs on it, and they'll start to repeat some incantation. This will go into your head. It is unheard of in modern science, but it will go into your head, and it becomes an antenna inside your head. So the moment you open the mirror and you start praying, that antenna starts looking for the information. And then you open the mirror and you start saying things. So in this case, you may hear something, but you will not say it because there's other information coming. And before you know, you miss that one. That's why I said it's 99% accurate, because nothing is 100% perfect in life. Mirror is a very interesting thing. If you are initiated into it, you'll be surprised that you know things without knowing how you know them. You hear things, you can communicate even with herbs, with plants. They'll talk to you. But then under normal circumstances, under normal scientific reason, you are a crazy person. But whatever you are saying to is true. But people will look at you as a crazy person. It's a very serious thing in divination. Is there any question again there?
No. It's
YouTube, okay. I'm looking for some information. Yes. Okay. Okay, we have a. I think Rex is saying, can you do divination for us that live in the West? Yes, of course, we are doing every day. We are doing divination across the globe. We are doing divination even for people in China, Japan, Australia. We are doing divination for people in Saudi Arabia. We can do divination from here all the way to anywhere. Even if you are living on the moon, we can do, once you can contact us, we can do divination for you, and it will be accurate. Yes, and then we have Jackie saying, Jackie Lewis, Jarcode saying, what role do crystals play in the shrine as our altars? In African traditional spirituality, there are no crystals. In African traditional spirituality, there are no crystals. If someone like me who has studied outside, I may use crystals because maybe I learn it from another culture or from a different background, not African background. So in African traditional spirituality, nobody uses crystals. No, we don't see that they have any power. They may have power, but our people are not exposed to crystals. We are exposed to plants, herbs, trees, stones, rivers, mountains. That's what we are exposed to, and that's what we use in harnessing nature to do divination. Yes, I forgot to mention that some people even do crystal ball divination, which I have. I have a crystal ball, which I do divination with sometimes if I feel like to do crystal ball gazing and divination. But even that one, if you have not been properly initiated into any other thing, you will buy the crystal ball and put in front of you. Even an ant will not pass through it. You won't see even an ant walking by because you have not been initiated. It will just be like a white elephant on your table, and you will be deceiving yourself and deceiving other people that you are looking inside a crystal ball. No. All these things you need to be initiated. If you are not initiated and you are deceiving yourself that I saw Legba standing in front of my door, it's all lies. You didn't see any Legba for anyway. Baba Legba is not standing at your door. It's a lie. But people like to deceive themselves and deceive people around them. So even if you have a crystal ball and you are not initiated into any proper divination tool, the crystal ball by itself cannot show you anything. They will not, if the cockroach will not pass by at all. But if you have been initiated into other disciplines already, it is very easy for you when you put the crystal ball down, you begin to see because your mind is connected to nature. The ball by itself doesn't have any power. It is only a tool of seeing what your mind is reflecting. So in African traditional spirituality, the crystals are not part. So putting crystals on your table or your altars and thinking that it's bringing some power, yes, maybe. But if you are doing African traditional spirituality, it has no place there. And I have not met anybody yet who is practicing African traditional spirituality in its real form using any crystal. People who are mixing things up and do not know what they are doing, they mix up everything and then they don't know which side they are. And then they are using it to deceive themselves and deceive other people. If you are doing African traditional spirituality, you must know what is the role. But if you say that you are Asian, Oriental spirituality you are practicing, you as a black man, then you must know that you are practicing somebody else's cultural spirituality. You can get it, but you must verse yourself in that culture to be able to get the maximum out of it, like I did in the past when I was doing Hinduism. I was practicing Tantra yoga. But then mixing all things up anyhow and calling it African traditional spirituality is not good. It's not true. We deal with herbs. That's what Africans deal with. Or especially, at least the Aves, we deal with herbs. Yeah. Then we have Geronimo Davidson. How is it that Afar didn't survive in Voodoo in Haiti? I have always wondered about this. Oh, Geronimo, I don't know. But you see, the people who were taken into Haiti were mainly Aves. That's why the word voodoo came into Haiti. But there is a possibility that they did not go with
Afar. But there should be some Afar in Haiti because I heard from some readings and also from some people that if they call you Bokor in Haiti, means you are an evil person. I don't know how far that is true. So the Bokors that went to Haiti, or the Eve Voodoo practitioners who went to Haiti, who were also practitioners of Afar, probably because the Voodoo people who did not get far would have been creating a situation to say that people should not go to them because they are witches. Because Voodoo cannot see deep like the way Afar can see. So probably they have labeled them evil, and that's how they died out. Because I read somewhere that when they call you Bokor in Haiti or Haiti, then you are an evil person. Until I started explaining to people that in Eveland, when you are Bokor, that means you have been initiated into Afar. Afar that came from Yoruba's Ifa. You have been initiated into it, then they will call you Bokor. If you are just dealing with Voodoo, you cannot be called Bokor until you got initiated into Ifa or Afar. They cannot call you, can never call you Bokor in Eveland. Most people do not know, and they just misuse the word. Even people who know, see, people who even do not know anything and are pretending. Even Rasta men, once they start putting one white cloth over their shoulder, people start calling them Bokor. No, you can only be called Bokor when you undergo the initiation of Afar and you undergo the training. Then only you can be called Bokor. But a lot of people do not know, even here in Africa. So I believe strongly there were Bokors who also went into slavery, who were taken into slavery, but because people labeled them that they are evil people, because the word Bokor, as I have learned from some Haitians, it meant an evil person. So maybe that's the reason why Afar didn't survive, or maybe there is Afar, but it is still not open. That's what I think. I cannot tell for sure because I've never been to Haiti. I only met Haitians who came to learn because most of the things that they are doing there, it originated from our people here. So when I try to break some of the words you are using into how it is the correct word in our Ewe language, then they realize that it is true what I am saying. Because if you take the word, for instance, ati, what is ati? Ati is a tree in Ewe. But ati also, at the same time, in a sentence, can represent an elder, a powerful person. So that word is Ewe word, which is in Haitian language as well. And then the place that people initiate, the Haitians call abaji, but aba in Ewe means mat. So that when you go into that room, you are going to sit on mat. So the place is not supposed to call abaji, but because aba or mat is laid down there, and they say, okay, sit on abaji, then people begin to call the place of initiation abaji. So there are so many things that we can see. But I believe strongly Afar is still in Haiti, but maybe in a very few people's hands. And then Geronimo again is saying the elders in the Caribbean use mirrors and water to read people. You are correct, Baba. Thank you very much. And then he went on to say, yes, Baba, Bokor is seen as negative. You are right. Maybe the word in the Caribbean is now misused. Yes, it was not properly used. People did not understand what it meant. So when they say Bokor means it's a negative thing, which is not true. It is never negative in our every language, and it's not negative in any language that we Africans know. It's a name of respect and a higher position in the community. If they call you Bokor in our community, you are a very respected person. So how could it be a negative word in the Caribbean or in the diaspora? It is not.
So maybe that was the reason why the Bokors kind of hide themselves, or the trade just died off. But when you go to Cuba, you have a lot of Bokors. They call themselves Babalawo, Babalawo. But what is Babalawo? It's a Yoruba word. Baba means father. Awo means spirit. So when they call you Babalawo, they're just saying that you are a father of spirits, somebody who deals with spirits. Babalawo simply means father of spirits. But everybody who is now initiated into Ifa, it's called Babalawo, Babalawo, Babalawo. But they have a lot of Babalawos, which Eves will call Bokor here in Cuba. I don't know why in Haiti the word will be negative, why in Cuba it is positive word. Okay, thank you very much, Geronimo Davidson. I'm very grateful for all these contributions that you are giving, all of you are giving, because we are all learning. Yeah, so now we go back to Clubhouse, please. If you have, is there anything there? Okay, Clubhouse, if you have any question, please come with your question, because I will be closing down soon.
Yes, this is Samuel Toussaint. I wanted to ask you a question.
Hello, Samuel. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Thank you.
My question was, when you're speaking about destiny, and I'm trying to understand if essay and destiny is the same thing.
Yes.
And I think the best way I could describe it is, I think you're speaking about reincarnation.
Yes.
And you're explaining, like, you may come back in a different race. You
Right.
may be black now,
Right.
but you may come
Right.
back because your destiny wants you to experience life as a Chinese person.
Right.
Okay. So my question is, and I hope my question makes sense.
Okay.
Is it possible, for example, let's say, can essay give you a different Odu in a different life? So if you're born again and you're quote unquote you're doing reincarnation, will your Odu change, or is that also something that's going to stay consistent?
I don't think your, okay, Samuel, I got your question. I don't think that your Odu would change that much, because I use myself as a sample. My Odu that I got in initiation is what I was talking about. And if I had not done certain things in my past life, I don't believe that this Odu will fall for me in this life. Because what I am doing now is,
that makes perfect sense.
For me, it is like I left off somewhere and I'm back here and I'm continuing. So I don't think your Odu will change that much. It may be a different Odu, but it may come with the same meaning and the same things. Because some of the Odus, they are different Odus, but they talk about the same story. So that could be, but I don't think your Odu would change that very much, because it is your essay who is going to decide the Odu. And if what you are doing in this life already, you are coming to continue and build on it, so your Odu won't change very much. Unless, of course, if you have done certain kind of evil things in this life, sometimes you can even be born like an animal. It can be your destiny, your soul may even lead you into an animal life for you to experience something where you cannot talk, you can make it. So when you look at certain animals, the way they behave like human beings, sometimes for me, I think that these animals were once human, now they are in an animal form.
Yes, I understand. I understand.
Thank you, Samuel, for that question.
About the question.
Yes, go ahead, Nku.
Yeah, it's something that I've been thinking about. You see, research into African spiritual technology being used for things like, like maybe innovations in things like maybe transportation or traveling or maybe space travel or I mean like, because sometimes when you're reading about the history and all of those things, you hear about, and even like right now, you have people being able to do like physics and technology right now, of course, things like teleportation, transportation, things like that. do you see research into African spirituality yielding like innovations that people can use, like mainstream, like everybody?
Yes, I think that some people are doing research into all these things. Because even when we went to Germany this time, it's a research. The people have the spirits there, they have the voodoos with them, but they don't know how to connect with them. They no more knows how to interact with them and know what to do and what not to do. And even to know whether the voodoos are alive or dead, they did not know. So when we were invited mainly because they wanted us to contact the voodoos to see whether they are really there, whether they are happy, whether they wanted to go back home. And that's what we went to do. And then when we went, we connect with the voodoos and we the things that like Kofi was the one on the mat, I was with my mirror. So we were working with the mirror and the Afar at the same time. So what happened is that the voodoos and the mirrors were telling us things that had happened, and the people themselves who were living in these museums, we've never met them before. They knew those things already. So we coming to confirm these things makes them surprised because we've never been there before. We didn't even know that they were keeping voodoos. We didn't even know that they were keeping dead bodies in this thing, dead bones or human remains in that place. But then our work started showing that these things are here, that things are talking to us, things are communicating with us. So it's also a research. But when you are thinking of doing a research into technology, yes, people can still use that too because it is what you want to know is what the voodoos and these divination tools will give you. If you want to develop something, then you have to concentrate on it and keep asking them, and then they will show you a way, and things will happen. But because we had been downtrodden for a very, very long time, our people, ourselves, we don't believe that we have any power. We all think and also thought that it's only the white God that is going to be our savior. And even until today, from the schools, primary, kindergarten schools, the teachers, our school system is built on that to disenfranchise us, to make us weak. That is the system that the British and the colonials brought. The Dutch stay in Ghana for 250 years. And then other people came. First was the Portuguese, then the Dutch, then the French, then the other people, and all these people, and finally the British, who later came to rule us. So you can see how much damage was done to our psyche. So even ourselves, we don't believe in ourselves. We don't trust ourselves. We don't think that we have brain big enough to do anything great. When you look into America or the Western world, most inventions were done by black people, but their names were not put on the inventions. So white master's name will be put on the invention, but it was a black person who invented certain things. So yes, as you young people are learning these things, maybe your children or your grandchildren will take it to a different level, and maybe we'll regain our past glory. That's what I can say.
Thank you, Papa.
You're welcome.
Papa,
Yes.
I have one more question. It's more along this line of do the voodoos, can they tell you about life on other planets or life in maybe other dimensions or other places that maybe we may not even think about because of the I don't know, our limitations? Can they tell you about like how life is somewhere else, maybe on a different planet or somewhere else?
Right. You want to go to a distant planet. What are you looking at? Have you finished dealing with this planet before you want to go distant planet? Have you finished dealing with Earth? You know, sometimes people create problems for themselves. What are you looking for in other planets when you are not able to even to take care of this place? were we human beings able to take care of this place? Yeah, people are talking about other planets. But to answer your question in another thing, we always say that voodoo entities came from different dimensions, from different planetary systems. Like Togbe Jopata, which is one of the patron spirit of the shrine, is said to be coming, is a principality in the Mars, the planet Mars sphere. But Jopata is coming to this planet, or working with us on this planet, is to protect us and to open doors for us. But maybe in another way, people who can tune Jopata to create or to teach about inventions of certain things, of course, the spirits have no limit. They are not limited by a human being or space or time. It can be anywhere at any time. And spirits are spirits. They don't all belong to Earth sphere. Some are from different spheres before interacting with us. That's why we say the psychic plane. Psychic plane is a very big plane where everything is there, whether planets or whatever. And then the spheres, they may not be physical beings on that sphere also, because they are spirit. They are not beings. They are not physical. They are beings, but they are not physical. So they can be anywhere. So if people who are interested in learning about technology and they tune the energies or the spirits to that, maybe that's what it will come to them. Me as a black man in this world where we have so much challenges, I'm thinking about my immediate problem, how to solve them, how to find food, how to have peace, how I will make that no policeman shoot me down. How I will make my children go to school and they will not be destroyed. As a black man in this sphere, in this lifetime, those are my immediate concerns. My immediate concerns are not whether there's other planets and the spirits or people are there and doing anything, because even if there are people in another planet doing something, what am I going to go and do there? How many people from Earth who are black people have even stepped on the moon before? The moon that is closest to us. Have you heard how many black people have gone to the moon?
No, I haven't.
So why you worry yourself? Think about your bread and butter, your gari and your kose. To be better. With that, if you are strong enough, then you start to do other things, because dead people do not worship God. Only living beings who worship God. If you don't have money, you can't even buy a ticket to go to America. America is not far. You hear?
Yes, I hear, Papa, I hear. Thank you, Papa.
Let us be very practical in our approach to our spirituality. Don't create things that you cannot handle. Yeah. Thank you, Nuku. Okay. So I think we are about 6 o'clock. Is it 6? 6. Is our time correct? Yes. Okay, we are about 6 o'clock here, 6 p.m., 18 o'clock here. So if there is no question on any of the platform, then okay, I have a Jalcod. Jackie here, you were working with art and museum objects in Germany. Yes, we went. It's not. They are not. They were not all museum. They were not all arts. They were juju and traditional spiritual artifacts that were taken. Not just artwork. They were real power juju that they took there during the colonial days. Some of them are about 120. Some are 150 years plus. They kept them there. That's what I went to work with. I went to Germany. I was in Bremen. I went to Hamburg. There's another museum there that is keeping a lot of our olden days things. Even I saw the cloth that was made in my area from the bark of a wood of a tree, and they've taken it. Those knowledge, even some of the team members that we went, they have never even heard that the black man was able to make his own clothing by using the bark of a tree. I saw a video on TikTok yesterday night where a Chinese man was also able to beat up the bark of a tree and made it into a thread and sew a cloth for himself to be wearing on his back to go to the farm. So our people were actually developing themselves in their own way before our colonizers came and took that from us. So I saw I went to Hamburg where I saw that cloth, and it is still there. They are keeping it there, and it's from the Volta region of Ghana. I saw it there, and I was surprised. I know about it, but I've never seen it with my eye before. But I saw it in the museum in Hamburg, and then from Germany we went all the way to Holland, and then we also visited two other museums in Holland. One is for the Catholic Museum, where there were so many Joker, and we have the twins and our ancestral stool. We even saw Afar bag, full Afar bag in the museum. So they took our power. They took everything that we will use to develop ourselves. So yes, it was not very easy. Why should the Catholic and the Christians who told us that Jesus Christ is coming to take us home stole our things or took our things and deprived us of knowledge? So our prayer is that maybe with time they should release this thing to us so that we can use it to teach our children. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you. Thank you. Jackie say excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think we are done for today. We don't have any question from anywhere unless someone wants to ask a question.
Hi, Mr. Bokor. This is Zeal. Can you hear me?
Yes, Zeal, I can hear you. How are you, Zeal?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good too. Thank you.
Good. I just want to have a question for Senna, if he's still around, to just talk about. I don't know if other people don't want to hear this because they don't want the spoilers on the Woman King, but I know that Senna went to the screening, and I just wanted to hear him talk about the screening in the movie if he wants.
Okay, Senna is in Japan. He's in Tokyo now. I don't know whether he is live with us on the program, but maybe this is a recorded program. It's being recorded, so maybe he will listen to it later and find out about that. So the Woman King, what's so interesting you about it? Is it because of the gender equality thing?
No, there's some representation of Voodoo in it and Afar.
Okay. I also said the other day that.
I'm sorry. Yes, I meant to say yes about the women part, and also.
Yeah, Zil, in Africa, always women have power. It's not only in the Dahomey or the Agoji warriors that have power. You see, the way the Western people present this gender balance and gender equality is not like that in our culture. But women have always had power in our culture. Because the truth about a household is that the woman is the one who controls the whole household. The father's duty is to go find money, find food, and bring. The mother is the one that takes care, make all the decisions, and all these things. And if you go into our markets across Africa, the rich people who have money in their hands are all women. So I don't see where the West is looking at thinking that African women are being trodden apart, down. There's poverty everywhere. Even in Germany, we saw poverty. We saw people begging on the street, not black people. So if this gender equality, as if Africans never had given power to women. Women always had the power. Even in Ghana, the greatest, one of the biggest kings or chiefs, which is Asante Hini, before he can become a chief or become a king, it is the woman who will select you to be a king. So what is all this gender thing about? People just wanted to us to lose power, so they create all kind of stories. So you in the West or in the diaspora would think that Africans are just not respecting women. No, 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 it's not in our culture like that. Everybody has their place. The roles that women play are there. The roles that men play too are there. Nobody look down on women in our society. There are certain things that women cannot do. And if men take that position and women say, no, we too, we want to do it, then maybe that could create a conflict. But generally, we don't have problem with gender in Africa. Okay, so I'm going to close today's section, and then please check Facebook and see there's no question there. I think we are okay there too. I'm going to close today's section by pouring some libation. Baba too, please call me on my number and let's talk. I want to visit your place and see how far. Yeah, there are some questions there. Just now? Yes. So what's happening? Are they again punishing us? What did we say that is wrong again? In a way, when you have power, you must use it well. Use it. Absolute say power is everything. Absolute power. Hey. Okay. Were you able to get it?
We are almost
It's serious. It's sabotage. But we will not stop talking. We will not stop talking. They can gag us. They can't really gag us. They will try, but we will talk. Yeah. Because anything that you say that is the truth, they have to let your people. It has always been like that since our time, our ancestors, their time. When whoever in the society is teaching people the real truth, that person must be killed but must be eliminated so that other people will remain stupid. That's always been like that. That's always been like that. We kill all our prophets so that we will remain and keep begging for food and thinking that Israel is where our home is. We are not Israelites. We are Aves. We are alive again. And came back.
we have to prepare another one.
Okay, so sorry for those on Facebook. We've been cut off many times today. We don't know what we are doing, but we are just teaching you the truth of your people. That's all that we are here for. We are not here to lord over anybody, but we're just telling the truth, the things that we have seen, things we don't see, we don't talk about. So thank you all for being here with me until next Sunday. I'm going to pour a libation for all of you. Afar yom ke yom ya no so je anyi du zo kaka chika zi boshi abde me ya fa nya gbe na pe nya gbe me duro hono me yora ku onya ngba me jo fro fo kwa ngba me do di kanya pe ba ku te ka na mi la kai me yomi to pata me yomi la ke da me yo fa na go afa go so ko pe to me da pa me yo kwali gbe meji eku meji wori meji ji meji lo so meji ngoli meji abla meji akla meji guda meji sa meji ka meji truko meji tula meji lete meji che meji fu meji kwali che tula me yo krebo me ko to ba do the week should be good for all of us. Good things should come. All people going to work should get some good things. People going to farm should get good things. People going to fishing should get good things. Those whose wives are not listening, those whose husbands are not listening, we should listen to them. Those who have got children, but the children are not listening, the children should listen to them. And those who are looking for children, may the doors open for them. Those who are looking for jobs, may the doors open for them. Those who are looking for whatever they are looking for, may the doors open for them. In the name of their ancestors. So thank you all, everybody. And if you like what I wear, my niece is selling this fugu, so you can contact me and I will link you to her. Thank you, everybody. Until next week, may the ancestors continue to bless you all. I think we are done.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, Clubhouse. Then we are done.
Hello, yes?
Yes, Samuel.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you wanted to tell us something. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. Go ahead if there's anything to say.
I wanted to ask a question. Oh.
You can go ahead. You go ahead. I wasn't going to ask a question. You can go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, my grandmother is from West Africa. I wanted to ask, how do you feel about the relationship between, descendants of Africa versus, actual people who are born in Africa and come over here? Because I see a lot of back and forth, like we're not, the same people. And it's like certain, I don't want to say the government or whatever, but they're trying to divide us. Like you have people that are our people that look like us and everything, and then they say, well, I'm not from Africa. I didn't come from Africa, but their ancestors did. So how do you feel about what's going on that relationship with Africans and descendants of that.
Okay,
Please,
what's your name, please?
Oya.
Oya? Okay. You see?
Oya.
Leoya. Okay. So you see the name, the relationship between Africans from Africa who moved to America and Africans whose ancestors were taken into the diaspora. It has always been that we from Africa, we look at the people in the diaspora as our brothers and our sisters, our relationships, our relatives. But sometimes also what happens is that when Africans from Africa go to the US, they also look at this, our brothers and sisters, as the same. But it is the Africans in the diaspora who try to deny that, oh no, we are better than you. You are coming from the jungle. We are better than you. And we are not you. And you are not us. But I know, because I worked with the US military before some time, and I have always noticed the relationship that we had with our brothers whose ancestors were born or taken into the into slavery and to America. They don't really like we Africans coming from Africa. I must be very frank and sincere, at least from my own personal experience. And this is, I'm talking about in the late 80s and early 90s. And I had this kind of experience with some of our brothers. But for me, I just took it like that. You know, for us, we will always come back to our home in Africa. And we know they are our brothers, whether they accept us or they don't accept us. They are our brothers and sisters. So that relationship, but now a lot of Africans and African Americans, Africans in the diaspora, are now coming home, and their way of thinking is totally different. So sometimes you will feel you will still meet certain people, but I believe that those who are really learning the truth about their original identity, where their ancestors came from, are beginning to accept the fact that we are just one people. And that's how I see it, and that's what I can talk about. We are not stupid people, and we are not we are dumb, as if Africans, because we live in the motherland, we are dumb, we are not clever. It's not true. Are we still on Facebook?
Yes, please. Please hold on while I get a new Facebook question.
Is the next, what is the new Facebook question? This is a new one. Okay, then till next week. Thank you all very much for today. Eh? Somebody is there? Henry, okay. Let me answer. Okay, I'm seeing it, but it's not big, so open it big. Let me see. Is Mauli back?
No, no.
Oh, I told them to be back. Okay, let me read Dr. Henry's service. He said, Papa, that is true. The African American thing, we sleep on trees and we don't have food to eat. That was the issue. Papa, when I joined the Army, the I think USA Army, one of the African asked me if this is the first time I am wearing sneakers. I was so mad. Yes, I know. I had worked with the military at some time, so I know. They thought that we are stupid people. We are not having brain. We are monkeys. But it's okay. I mean, they are our brothers, they are our sisters. I don't have a problem with that. And then we have Alan saying, Papa is heavier, so move it. Move the distance is there. No. I say Papa is heavier, so the same as Yeve. Yes and no. Hebiaso is one of the main deities of the Yeve. So Yeve is not Hebiaso, but one of the main deities in Hebiaso shrine or Yeve Po is the So the thunder is one of the energies that they work with. But Yeve does not mean Hebiaso. If it does, then I don't know about that. But I know that one of their main, the shrine is mainly built on the Hebiaso.
Let me check your YouTube.
I think we are done. Okay, check your YouTube. If we don't have anything, let's close because it's late. I'm hungry too. Okay, I think it's okay. Okay, thank you everybody, and until next week we'll meet again. Bye bye for now, everybody.